For the land acknowledgement. So we acknowledge that we are hosted on the lands of the Mississaugas of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the Wendat. We also recognize the enduring presence of all First Nations, Métis, and the Inuit peoples. Thank you. So the first item on the agenda is declarations of possible conflict of interest. Does anybody have a conflict to declare? Seeing none in the room. Anyone online? Hearing none, we'll move on to item number 3, which is delegations. And our first delegation for this evening is from Lori Wong and Sarah Gold from various school councils.
Brown. And I am Sarah Gould, mother of a grade 3 student at Hillcrest. We are here today representing several schools: Brown, Earl Beatty, Earl Grey, Franklin, Hillcrest, Queen Alexandra, and Winona. Thank you for the chance to speak on behalf of our schools and for your continued efforts in supporting public education. We are aware of the severe challenges in front of the board to pass a balanced budget by the end of June. We are also taking action to push the province to provide the funding as requested by the TDSB. Last week, 2 representatives from our schools spoke about an error by TDSB staff in the aquatic instructor allocation model for 2023-24 that, if uncorrected, will devastate our aquatics programs. It will displace long-tenured staff, significantly limit swim instruction, and effectively disable swim teams and extracurriculars that are a core feature of our school profiles. We are here to speak to the importance of swimming in our schools and to share the voices of our school communities. A school petition requesting the allocation model be reversed has garnered over 1,100 signatures in under 1 week. And so we are also here to ask you to vote in favor of the motion that was deferred until tonight, namely to add back our aquatic instructors to ensure full programming for students in all schools with pools for 2023-24. Swimming is a valuable life skill that everyone should know, and it is becoming increasingly difficult to access lessons. This fall, our students went back to school after 2 years of pandemic lockdowns, during which many had no access to swimming pools. Data collected by Hillcrest School shows that in October 2022, 70% of students had no swimming skills whatsoever. By May of 2023, that number was reduced to 17, which is remarkable, highlighting the importance and success of our school lessons. School pools are one of the only places where kids are provided with free, accessible swim and water safety instruction. It is simply irresponsible to take these lessons away from kids while functioning pools are fully maintained, yet sit empty and unused. There is no question that our particular schools are fortunate to have swimming pools, but our schools have significantly less outdoor space. Whereas the board average is approximately 4 acres, the amount of outdoor space in our schools averages only 1.
Sorry, we have delegations going on right now. Trustee Shan? Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Whereas the board average is approximately 4 acres, the amount of outdoor space in our schools averages only 1.3 acres. Many of our schools are urban downtown schools, with students and families living in condos and apartments. With limited outdoor space, school pools provide opportunity for recreation and exercise, just as green spaces would. It is true that not all schools have them. All schools are different and have different characteristics, but we should use each one to the fullest of their unique potential for the benefit of students.
In the hundreds of messages we have received, a few themes stand out. Swimming is good for our children. Letters describe how kids learn to swim at their school pool, the self-confidence they gain from swimming, the positive impact it has for mental health and well-being, and the pride they felt representing their school at swim meets. Pools bring students and families together. Relationships and social connections are made through swimming. At swim competitions, Kids, coaches, parents, and even grandparents came together to cheer on student athletes. Team and school spirit could be felt in the air, but most of all, the feeling of community and belonging resonated, and there was an overwhelming feeling of pride in the hard work and athleticism of the students. And we must not forget the committed staff who have developed strong bonds with the students. Teaching water safety and swim skills can be challenging, as many kids often initially fear water. Developing and maintaining trust between instructors and students is essential in order to help students overcome fears and gain confidence. An unassigned group of instructors may not have the time and effort to maintain these bonds if they are moved from school to school and teaching several hundred students. And so, we are here today to fight for our swim programs and swim instructors who have made huge impacts in our school communities. It is upsetting and troubling to know that programming may be forever changed because of a mistake. And we appreciate the apology that was made by staff at the meeting last week and do understand that mistakes happen. Tonight, we urge you to please do the right thing. The model that was proposed by staff is not what we understand you intended and not one you voted for. As outlined above, the far-reaching and long-lasting impacts of the reduced allocation is disproportionate to the cost savings. And so we ask you to please reverse the model so as to preserve the same level of aquatics programming for 2023-2024. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. That was excellent timing. I'm just going to pause before we take questions for 1 second because we seem to have a technical issue. Is it okay now? Okay, sorry. So go ahead, Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming and deputing. You mentioned you had a petition. Do you have that with you? And I'm wondering if the clerk, if we could receive that formally.
Yes, we have that here, and we have printed the signatures for you to see, and there's over 1,100 signatures that were collected since Friday when we published the petition.
Thank you very much. I've been told I can come and collect it on.
Okay.
Go ahead, Trustee Charnelson.
Thank you. I just wondered if the delegates have whether you'd be able to send a written, a digital copy of your delegation, just because we had a little bit of technical difficulty, and I would like the other trustees who are on the line to be able to read it in case they didn't hear it completely.
Yes, we can certainly do that, and we also have a paper copy if that would be useful. We can give that to you as well.
Sure,
Right
we can, whatever's easiest for you. If you have it in a Word doc or something like that, if you send it to the email address that you delegated through, they will share it with trustees. Thank you.
Of course, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, before we go to the next delegation, could I do a roll call? So could trustees who've joined the meeting please identify yourselves?
Trustee Lee's here.
Is present.
Stan is here.
And Trustee Wong is here.
Secure, Patel?
Trustee Earhart is here.
Trustee Dawson.
Trustee Roger Colsingham.
Are we good? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. And so we'll move to the next delegation, which is Elliot Sang, Charlotte Walsh Harrison, Holly Sundstrom, Ben Ma from Brown Junior Public School. welcome. You have 5 minutes to delegate, and there's a timer behind me that you can see. And then when we are finished, we'll have 3 minutes available per trustee for questions of clarification. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Charlie, and I'm in grade 5 at Brown. I know the. Huh? Oh, sorry. Okay, wait, I need to.
Thank you.
I can't read. Hi, my name is Charlie, and I'm in grade 5 at Brown. I know that you've heard a lot regarding the swim program changes, but we want to give you the kids' perspective. Swimming is super important at our school. Kids love it. Our swim team had 46 members. That's 23% of all the grade 4 to 6 students, and we practiced 3 to 4 times each week. Okay. That is just swim team, but it's the same for swim classes. My brother is in JK, and his friends say they love swimming. Many say it's their favorite day of the week. Our swim team had great success at city finals. Unfortunately, we did not get to enjoy this accomplishment. The next morning, we got an email saying that our coaches are leaving and will be at different schools next year. We were all so sad. We won't get swim class regularly, swim team is canceled, and other teams may be canceled too. I'm upset, all my friends are upset, our teachers are upset, and my parents are upset. There's a sad feeling at school and at home. Also, it doesn't seem fair as my friend is at a school where they will have full-time swim next year. I don't know why this issue can't be solved. I want to help, and I know most of the other kids want to help too. Please let us know what we can do. Thanks for listening, and here is Elliot.
Hello, my name is Elliot and I'm in grade 4. I started swimming when I was in JK and I used to swim like a seahorse. I didn't have the right technique at the time and I couldn't swim fast. I used to be terrified of swimming, but then our swim instructors taught me how to be better and now I'm not afraid anymore. Mr. D taught me how to put my face in the water without holding the board. Then he taught me how to do streamline position and then I was swimming. I was very nervous to join the swim team, but I had the greatest time. Being part of the team, I made different friends from different grades. You get to cheer on your teammates and even cheer on other kids at competition. We gave each other high fives. It was really fun to compete with different schools because some of them are super fast. I've known the instructors for so long, and they have helped a lot because they know me so well. I don't want them to leave because they've been the best coaches. My siblings and best friend want to join the swim team too. Swimming at Brown is special because I think every kid at Brown enjoys swimming. If you don't have so much swimming, then kids won't be able to practice and won't get better. I really want to keep swimming at school. It's been part of Brown for a long time, so don't take away our swimming and our instructors who know us and care about us, please. Thank you, and here is Harrison.
Hello, my name is Harrison Ma, and although I'm graduating this year, I feel compelled to speak for my little brother, sister, and the other students that will be at Brown next year. When I started in JK, I did not know how to swim, but through our weekly swim program and our dedicated swim teachers, I learned to swim and grew to love the sport, so much so that I was a member of our swim team this year. Swimming has taught us important life skills like commitment, sportsmanship, and how to be safe around water. It also has kept us healthy physically and mentally. Mr. Dagno has been with Brown for 23 years, and not having him and Mr. Ferreira next year would be a huge loss for our school as they do so much for our school beyond swimming. I think it is very sad that such an important aspect of our school will be taken away from us due to a mistake the TDSB staff made. We have been taught in school that when one makes a mistake, you correct that mistake and make things right. In summary, I ask that you, the trustees, please do what is right and aid us by voting today in a manner that will help us save our weekly swim program and let our amazing swim teachers, Mr. D and Mr. F, keep doing all the awesome things they are doing at Brown Junior Public School. Thank you for your time, and here's our fellow student, Holly.
Hi, my name is Holly Sundstrom. I am 9 years old and in grade 3 at Brown Junior Public School. I started at Brown in junior kindergarten and have been there for 5 years. Me and my friends learned how to swim at Brown, and my little brother and his friends learned how to swim at Brown. Mr. D and Mr. F, our swim instructors, helped us a lot and made us feel safe. Me and my friends are always looking forward to swimming. We were all looking forward to trying out for the swim team for the first time next year. And just last week, I was having a bad morning and didn't want to go to school. But when I got there, it was swim day, and it made me feel a lot better. All of the students at Brown are so upset that we're going to lose swim instructors in the same swim program for next year. We don't have a big grass field or things that the other schools have. Our pool is special to us. I feel very lucky to have swimming at Brown. I feel very sad for the students that will come after us and that they won't have the same opportunities to learn how to be safe in the water. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. And we have questions from Trustee McLean and then Trustee Laskin.
Thank you, and through the chair. I know a little bit about swimming, so I'm kind of hoping that you're going to expand my knowledge a little bit here. So just by a show of hands, who when they started at Brown didn't know how to swim? Okay, who now currently is comfortable that they know how to swim and is no longer needs to be scared of the water? So the record should reflect that's 4 for 4 in both counts.
And more in the audience.
Yeah, okay. Oh, I got lots more hands. Okay. I'm interested in, I want to thank you for coming to present and delegate to us. And it's kind of challenging to come and share all that in front of a bunch of strangers. So I really appreciate that you took the time. I'm also interested in, some of you talked about the swim team. Show of hands, who's on the swim team? 3 of them. Okay. And I gather you're too young? Is that okay. Good luck to you next year at tryouts. Okay, so now I'm interested, just for clarification, Madam Chair, who's the freestylers? Who swims freestyle? Backstroke. Any flyers? Okay. Any IMers? Can you do them all? The breaststroke? Do the IM? Okay, there we go. I feel I have much more clarification, so I thank the indulgence for this.
Go ahead, Trustee Laskin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through the chair. I'll do a point of clarification. This is the proud father of Olympic swimmers over here. So I just wanted to make that point. That's why Trustee McLean knows a little bit about swimming. I wanted to through you, Madam Chair, clarify that you're here as representatives of how many students at Brown? 471. Thank you very much. And I just really want to say, Elliot and Charlotte and Holly and Ben, they've taught you well. You should join debating teams when you have the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't see any more questions, but I am going to ask if you guys, I see you're reading from sheets. Would you be able to send us what you wrote today? You have a copy? Oh, perfect. You can bring it up. Oh. Thank you so much for coming today. Our next delegation is from Jillian Street, a grade 1 and 2 teacher at Brown Junior Public School.
Hi, good evening. As stated, my name is Jillian Street, and I'm currently a grade 1-2 teacher at Brown Junior Public School. As a result of the recent cuts of our swim instructors, Mr. Daigneault and Mr. Ferreira have been declared surplus to our school, despite the assertion on March 29th that all cuts to aquatics would happen through retirement and attrition. These educators are not part of the teachers' union. Their hours do not count in the teachers' hours allotted to our school by the TDSB, and so we had no choice or voice in this decision, which is why I am here tonight. If I understand the new plan correctly, the swim specialists, and I do emphasize the word specialist because they are not just lifeguards, they are experts in swim instruction and technique. These swim specialists from the affected schools will be floated, meaning moved around on an as-needed basis as pools are open and closed during the year. Now, I understand budgets should be aligned with human needs, so let's start with need. Our students need the swim program, and not just once a week or once a month or once in a while whenever someone decides that it is our turn to have staffing. Our students and the students of all the schools affected here need a stable program. After the disruptions of the last 3 years, they need consistency and routines, and that includes in the aquatics program. They need the exercise. I could point to studies that show how young people aren't getting enough physical activity, but I am sure that you have already considered this aspect. I could also point to the growing evidence that our students are struggling more with mental health now than they were before the pandemic, and the link between physical activity and improved mental health, mood, and concentration in the classroom. But I'm sure you've considered this too. What I'm not sure you've considered are the specific people that these hurts are cutting. I'd like to tell you a little bit about one student who is not able to be here tonight, nor were her parents, but they have given me permission to share a little bit about her story. We have a student in SK in senior kindergarten named Sophie who has a rare genetic disorder that impacts all of the connective tissue in her body. Swimming is the one place where she feels totally free and can keep pace with her peers physically. Swimming is also an important therapy for her condition, allowing her to stay strong without risking injury. If swimming is reduced or removed at Brown, she will suffer the long-term effects, including physical, social, and mental health. The confidence she gets from being able to swim just like the others is invaluable. And I would say, looking at the students who just presented in front of a group of strange adults, I would say they are also benefiting, as are most of our students, from the confidence that comes with learning to swim. The other people I would like to consider are the 45 students who participated at the city finals meet and felt the pride to see their name and time on the leaderboard at the Pan Am pool, an Olympic-sized pool and facility. The 471 students who received the swim instruction weekly at our school alone, and the hundreds of students who access the after-school swim program, which is also run by Monsieur Dagnon. Mr. Dagnon and Mr. Ferreira are the swim specialists that have been surplused at our school. They know all the students, all the parents, all the siblings, the cousins, the friends, and the enemies, but more importantly, they know how each of our students swim. They know which stroke, which kick, which breath, which technique each student needs to work on right now, and which one to learn next. And they know that because they're at our school 5 days a week. They coach our students from JK to grade 6, 8 years total, and by doing so can tailor their programs for individual students and make lasting connections to those students. Which brings me to another concern, which is programming. Programming means planning, what to teach to whom and when. It's the art of teaching. And when it comes to Mr. Dagnon and Mr. Ferreira, Victor and Marcel, they are artists. They know their subject well, and they know their students well, which makes them extremely effective educators. And in order to be able to plan that effectively, they need to be at our school regularly and know they can plan for next week and next month and next year or 2 years. Between the loss of expertise and planning and overall hours of the pool, our aquatics program and those of the other schools affected would be gutted or cease to exist completely, and our community would be devastated. And I think you understand this.
Sorry, your time is up, so if you could make a concluding remark.
I think you understand this because you admitted publicly at the May 15th meeting that you've made an error. And that's okay, everybody makes errors. We are continuing, as Lori said before me, to advocate at the provincial level so that we can have more funding and more aquatics programs and other specialist programs. But as that is ongoing, tonight we are just asking one simple thing, And that is that we are asking you to fix this error and save our pool. Save all 7 of these pools if possible so that students can continue to access the physical and mental health benefits of the swimming program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question? Go ahead. Yeah, we'll take questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To indulge me, no question of clarification, just a thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, just checking online. That's all for questions. So thank you very much. And if you'd like to send your delegation to us, you can email it to the delegates at TDSB email address, and it'll go to all trustees.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes delegations. So the next item on our agenda, item number 4, is the 2023-2024 updated projected financial position of the board. And I'll turn it over to
Thanks. I'm going to ask Director Russell Rollins to open first, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair, tonight I'd like to speak briefly and specifically to the updated financial position report before you, as well as the options to balance the 23-24 budget. As I've said previously, this is not an easy process for the board, nor is it for staff. And sadly, the Toronto District School Board has been faced with these discussions many times over the past 25 years. The updated financial report before you this evening reflects staff's diligent work in analyzing and confirming the projections. Staff are prepared to answer any questions about the change in the projection that is reflected in the report this evening. I would like to make it clear, though, to anyone that is listening, that the updated financial projections for the board reflects past sound decision-making by the board to serve students and communities. It reflects decisions to support areas such as school and student safety, vice principals, model schools, one-to-one device distribution, and many other areas that we know directly address students' needs. There are also many structural inequities embedded in what you will see this evening. And by that specifically, I mean that the grants do not cover many of the services that the board is expected to deliver, such as special education, statutory benefits, and in places such as the moratorium on school closures, it denies the board and communities options to increase services directly provided to students. The options to balance the budget are not easy ones to propose. In fact, for many years, over the past decade, as I have been part of the executive team, staff have made decisions that perhaps haven't always come to the board to reduce central staff and services in order to moderate impacts directly on school programs and student programs. We have brought forward options to balance the budget that in many ways do not directly impact students in schools. There are some options that you will have to consider that will indeed have a direct impact. I would like to say that some of the options, we may not know the impact on schools, classrooms, and programs that we deliver until those services are no longer available. There are no easy decisions in this process over the course of the next several weeks, and I would like to acknowledge the finance and business staff, as well as the executive team and those with whom we work, for their diligence in preparing the reports before you this evening. And as well, To Holly, Elliot, Ben, and Charlotte, congratulations on such a fantastic presentation this evening. Staff have heard you, your parents, and others who have acknowledged or shared with us the impacts of the reduction in aquatics instructors. In the presentation this evening, you will see what we believe it would take in order to resume services to aquatics instructors for the board to consider. As well, you will also see additional vice principals, both at the elementary and secondary levels in the options to balance. With that, I will turn it back to staff to present these reports.
Thank you, and through the chair. So trustees would have received a presentation, a PowerPoint presentation that will be projected here. You can either follow along on the screen or you can follow along online. So the first thing that I wanted to just update us on is where we are within the budget timelines. So if we go to the next slide, as you can see, today is May 23rd, our special FBEC, where we're looking at our updated financial position and our options to balance. During this week, we will continue to review the options, take the feedback that we received from tonight, and come back on June 1st with further discussion of the options to balance and a draft of the capital budget at that time. During the week of June 5th, there will be the public information sessions. So there are 2 public webinars, and there are also a number of board forums that are happening at that time. On June 12th, there will be a special FBEC that is dedicated to delegations. On the 13th, we will review and discuss the feedback from the public consultations, as well as anything we received from trustees on June 1st. On the 20th, that's when we will bring the recommendation to the board for the operating and the capital budgets. On June 22nd, there will be a special board to, at that time, hopefully approve the operating and capital budgets, all to get to the ministry by the June 30th deadline. So I just wanted to update us to where we were in those timelines, and I think it's important to keep going back to them. June seemed like a long ways away, and now we know that it's not, and it's a very busy month and a half, or month, I guess, looking at all of these options. So if we go to the next slide, this is just a reminder. So on February 15th, at the February 15th FBEC, we did come to trustees to show that we had a $61 million projected deficit for next year. And then through the school-based staffing, we continued the COVID positions, the 40 SBSMs that had been funded from COVID. That added another $2.3 million to the budget. So we have a revised financial position starting point, or a deficit to start with, of $63.3 million. So that's where we're starting from today. Since that time, we have received the GSN from the ministry. We've had further conversations with different departments about some of the revenues that we receive. If you can go to the next slide, please. And also all of their expenses. And so we have had the calculation of the grant for student needs is an increase of $45 million. Our other revenues are decreasing by $2.1 million, and there is more details related to these in the report. There are other staffing cost estimate change of $38.6 million, a reduction, and cost estimates $100,000. One-time interest revenue based on discussions with their financial institutions and a review of interest rate projections for next year. We had initially estimated that we would have about $12.2 million of one-time interest revenue next year, and that is now reduced by $2.5 million. So overall, from February 15th, when we presented our best estimate at that time, to when we received the GSN, we've seen a change of $1.6 million. So I'm not sure if this is kudos to the finance department for doing the work in being very close on a $3 billion budget to get within $1.6 million, or if it's an indication that what we received in the GSN really didn't help us as much as we had hoped it would in balancing the budget. Just to highlight two of the key changes and two of the big numbers that you see on the screen, the GSN revenue and the staffing. For the GSN revenue, it includes our estimated staffing cost increases that the ministry is centrally negotiating. So it's $1 an hour increase for education workers or QP staff mostly, and a 1.25% increase in teacher salaries. So that revenue is included in the GSN, but we also would have had to increase the expense. So that's why you see corresponding increases there. In addition, replacement costs have increased by $12.5 million from the start of this year's current budget to next year's budget based on our historical costs. So these are representative of the actual replacement costs that we are incurring right now. We want to make sure that we're budgeting accurately to say that we want to make sure that if we know that the costs are going to be a certain amount, that we have it included in our budget for that amount. So that's why you see an increase there of 12.5 million. And those are the major changes included in that 1.6. In addition, through March and our school-based staffing reductions, the total was $9.4 million. And again, those would have all been detailed in the reports at that time. And what that equates to, if we move to the next slide, if we start with a projected deficit of 63.3 million, and we had a change of 1.6 million, so that got us to 61.7 million. We did make reductions through school-based staffing of 9.4 million, so our revised deficit before we look at our options to balance is 52.3 million. If we go to the next slide, we'll talk about aquatic instructors. So on May 15th, there was a motion that was deferred to become part of the overall budget process, which asked that the director be asked to pause the current program reduction implementation and add back a complement of aquatic instructors to ensure full programming for students in all schools with pools for 23-24. Per a staff review, this would require an additional 6 FTE. The cost of 6 FTE is $400,000. So if we add that 400,000 to the 52.3, then we would be at a revised projected deficit that includes aquatic instructors of 52.7. And the only thing I'll add here for aquatic instructors is we do currently have a number of vacancies. So adding back, we would still be in a hiring position even now for the 80. I think we have 76 currently filled. And it is an extremely difficult position to fill. So we want to make sure that we're very clear that even if we add them back through the budget process, there still may be an impact on programming, which has nothing to do with the budget, and it has to do with the shortage of lifeguards across Canada. The next slide, if we look at the secondary vice principals. And so on May 15th, 2023, again, there was a motion passed last week at FBEC that the following be referred to the 23-24 budget process, which is that the board approve the allocation of an additional 8 full-time equivalent or FTE positions of secondary vice principals for the 23-24 school year. Again, that was per the staff report, and that's what staff was recommending. Looking at a review of, there are certain grants. So we get funded through the GSN, and some of the GSN is enveloped for specific things. We also receive other grants from the government that have specific requirements. By looking at those specific requirements, there are grants that were not spent during COVID that we believe could fund the additional vice principals. So we would be using that one-time funding that has been carried forward from previous years to pay for the 1.1 million of the additional vice principals. So there would be no impact on the updated financial position, but we would be adding 8 back. And just to remind trustees, when we use one-time funding, we would only be approving it for this year, and we would relook at it again next year. If we wanted to make it permanent, then it would be more part of the GSN rather than one-time funding. So I'm going to pause there for any questions that you may have with regards to our updated financial position, and we will talk about the options to balance in the next report.
We'll take questions now. Trustee Laskin?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much to Associate Director Zucker for including the slide on the aquatics instructor and for confirming that we're speaking about 6 FTEs added back to ensure full programming with the proviso that sometimes it's hard to hire the aquatics instructors. But can you confirm for me that adding back 6 FTEs is full programming for all elementary and secondary schools with pools, with the proviso that we can hire the aquatics instructors? Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll ask Associate Director Salmon to take that one.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm not sure if it's the appropriate time now or if you'd like me to just give notice and have other questions go through, but I'm going to be moving a business arising motion to actually add those back. Please let me know if you'd like it now or to wait.
I think, if you don't mind, we'll wait till the end.
No problem at all. Please recognize me when it's appropriate time. Thank you.
Can you add? Yes, thank you. Next on the list, we have Trustee Earhart.
Oh, no question. I answered my own question in looking at the material. Thank you very much.
Well, that was easy. Trustee Shan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, when we passed early in April, I assume, some of the cuts to staffing, one of the things that was mentioned is that there might be option to add them back later, and those cuts were not final. I only see one calculation of adding back, and that's specific to the aquatic instructors. Is there a reason why other additions are not being considered, and why only this one is being considered? And then can we get that information back as to what cuts were made to staffing already?
Sorry.
The other staff, school-based staff.
Sorry, Trustee Shan, can I clarify, were you asking about adding back all of the school-based staff?
The school staffing, yeah, for different cases, is the right time to be looking at possibly adding back the, if I remember correctly, when the conversation about cut to school-based staffing took place, there was a mention that this is not final, this is to start with, and then we can add back if needed. I know we don't have a ton of money. We'll be exploring and adding back to staffing, school-based staffing. And yes, would the staff be able to give us
Yes, so I'll pass that to Associate Director Zucker.
And thank you, and I'll turn it over to the director first.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair, staff have added back aquatics instructors specifically because of the information we provided at board, the history of the decisions made by the board, and the significance of the change. That is the reason that the aquatics instructors are here, so that the board can either affirm its support for full service or the reduction. We have added back vice principals. You can see the proposal in the report provided this evening by Associate Director Zucker, as well as the report that was on the agenda at the previous Finance, Budget and Enrollment Committee, directly aligned to student safety and well-being. We wish we were able to bring forward a proposal that we could afford and get to a balanced budget to add back all of the other staff that were reduced. Staff have not been able to find a route to make that happen, and so these are the only two at this point that we responsibly can bring forward and identify where we might be able to find funding to allow these staff members, these particular positions to be returned.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Director.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Trustee Lee.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I'm a little bit confused by what I'm seeing on the report regarding the aquatic instructors. I believe the direction from the board was that this were to be brought back into a holistic budget conversation to be discussed with all the other items as well. So I'm just wondering in addition to Trustee Shan's question, I'm suspecting, why is this one singled out and why are we deviating from a board or a committee of priorities and planning committee decision?
So when Trustee Laskin tabled the motion at the last FBEC on May 15th, it was deferred through a motion to this meeting.
I don't think it was, through you, Madam Chair, I don't think it was FBEC, I think it was PPC. And I think the motion that deferred was deferred into an overall budget process, not this meeting specifically. I don't think the motion that moved by Trustee McLean had any notion that this was going to be a separate item to be discussed individually.
Thank you, and through the chair. So what staff has brought forward based on that motion was an indication of how much money it would add to the financial position if that were to happen. So I think as part of the budget process, that's why you see that information provided today, because we were asked about how many it would take to add back to full complement. And so it would add $400,000 to the budget. We didn't want to lose track of that in providing the updated financial position. So if we were to add it back, it would increase that updated financial position by $400,000. So that's why you see it here today.
Thank you, through Madam Chair, Associate Director, but I'm very uncomfortable with how this is being shown because it is being shown like it's been added back. So I would like to move a motion at the committee as a business arising to remove that line and for staff to revise the report to display this indication in a different way that doesn't separate it out from a overall budget discussion. And I'm not sure if I need to move it because I believe that's what the PPC committee had already approved. So if there's no motion required and we just need to strike it from the report, I'm okay with that too. I would just like this committee to follow the direction that was given by PPC.
Okay, so I need some clarification because the current report is just for receipt. So
I know, but
we're not approving.
Through Madam Chair, but the accuracy of a report matters. And right now, this report is, in a way, not. It's showing that we might be deviating from a committee of. I can't. That's from a PPC committee decision.
You want to take it?
Through the chair, I just wanted to update trustees. So the $52.3 million, which is pre the aquatic instructors, is the number that is used when we're talking about our options to balance. So if you look at the next report, we start with the 52.3 as the projected deficit. And again, we were just outlining that if we were to add the aquatic instructors back, it would increase it to 52.7. But all through the reports, we are referring to 52.3.
Okay, then through Madam Chair, can we just ask for a word change because it says updated financial position including addition, right? So I'm reading this from a third-party perspective, and that is not made clear. In the formatting of it, the positioning of it, and where it lays from a traditional accounting principle or just best practice perspective is not showing, it's not indicating that this is separate.
Okay. Director Russell Rollins.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, to the trustee's point, we can certainly make additions, so that is clear. Staff were not making assumptions. We were attempting to deliver on the motion as it was directed by the board.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director. As long as we make it very, very clear that the 52.7 number is not the starting point and everything below. So I would maybe recommend, I'm not trying to tell staff how to do their job, but maybe a double line under the 52.3 and have the additional aquatic instructor section boxed out as the additional information. I think that'll make it more clear. Thank you, through the chair. That's all I have to say on this one.
Thank you. Next, we have Trustee Rajagula-Singham.
Thank you, through the chair. Thanks, staff, for bringing this forward. Just one quick question. On secondary VPs, how will staff determine where the 8.0 full-time equivalence positions will be placed? Just curious as to what elements to be taken into consideration for that. Thank you.
Could I ask Executive Superintendent Lorraine Linton to take this?
Thank you. Yes, and through the chair, the factors that will include in those decisions include, for instance, loss of a VP allocation, the LOI of schools, concerns that have been raised over the past 2 years around serious safety issues, academic achievement needs, and school belonging culture. Very similar to how we're looking at other allocations. Thank you.
And through the chair, just one more question. How do we remember the reduction that we had for secondary VPs prior to this?
Sorry, just looking for who's going to take that.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, perhaps we could ask for a point of clarification. Which time period are we referring to?
Through the chair, these are secondary VPs being added back to a previous allocation that was reduced, right?
Correct. So if we, the number of secondary vice principals that were part of the pandemic funding, I believe totaled 13.
Okay, thank you so much. That's it for me.
Okay, then we have Trustee Earhart.
Thanks very much. I just wanted to comment just around what from PPC, and my understanding from PPC was that we were going to take the discussion of aquatics as well as VPs tonight when we had an updated financial picture when we've received a first preliminary discussion on options to balance, which we have also received. And so I just wanted to make, that was my understanding coming from that meeting and what I understood when I voted. So that was my comment. I had a question just because in reviewing the materials, I'm still trying to better understand the role of the province in this. And so if I'm hoping staff can confirm or correct my understanding that the province was aware in releasing the GSNs and putting forward funding that we would be in this deficit position and still did not provide sufficient funding. Is that correct?
You want to take that?
So through the chair, just confirming that you're asking if they are aware of our deficit position and still didn't provide enough funding to help us to balance.
Yes, and so we're still providing monthly updates on the financial position and despite that, they still did not provide in the combination of GSNs and grant, like sweatered and unsweatered, they still did not provide sufficient funding for the staff that we currently have in schools.
Through the chair, that's correct.
as a comment, I think that is just such an unfortunate situation. I really just want to make that clear to everybody listening and watching that because we've heard so many announcements from the province of dollar figures that sound so big to me. And so I think, oh, that's going to address it. That's about safety. That's about mental health. That's about math, or that's about language. But what I'm seeing in these presentations is as it goes across the province, the amount for TDSB will be much smaller, and also that the restrictions on the funds combined with what we have in schools make it so that the safe and caring adults that we have in the building cannot be funded with the funds we are provided from the province. And I just think that is a tragedy. And I really want to thank staff for all of the work that they've done to try to squeeze every little bit that they can to try to maintain staffing levels that we all know we need in all of these areas that the province does not fund, including aquatics, but so many other areas. So thank you.
Sorry, through the chair, I just want to clarify the secondary vice principal number, because the director obviously has a very good memory, and that we did reduce by 13.5 for COVID, but we did add 5.5 back for enrollment changes. So the actual change from currently is 8. So when we add 8 back, we would be at the same staffing level as we currently are.
Was that all your questions, Trustee Earhart?
That was it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And I'll pass the chair. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to clarify, based on some of Trustee Earhart's questions, there was an increase in GSN revenue, but my understanding is that a small amount of that was for a cost of inflation at 2%, although our estimated inflationary increase is more like 4%. But also looking at these, it seems that the increase in GSN revenue is not actually an increase in funding because, or not an increase in cash flow, because our costs for salaries and things are going up as per central collective agreements that the province has negotiated. That'd be correct.
Through the chair, that's correct. And the 2% was not across the board. It was for specific areas like school operations. So recognizing utilities and in other school operations versus increases for supplies and those types of things.
Okay, thank you. And does staff have the numbers off the top of their heads of how much money from the PPFs, from the priorities and partnerships funding was rolled into the grants for student needs? I know there were quite a number of those grants. There was money we were already getting that have been just shifted over to the grants for student needs, and so it's claimed as more increased revenue, but it's not really a change. Do we know how much that is for our board?
Through the chair, I'm going to look to Executive Officer Snyder, and if not, we can. Let us take that one away, and we'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I can think of 4 of those grants that were off the top of my head. I just don't know how much they are for us. Okay, that's all for me. Thank you.
I'll pass the chair back.
Thank you. So next we have Trustee Laskin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to clarify the slide on aquatics instructors, and I do think it's a unique circumstance. I think the point was made at the meeting on May 15th, the FBEC meeting, that the reduction to swim programming was an unintended consequence of the reduction of aquatics instructors. And that's why the clarification was asked for staff to come back to understand what the complement of aquatic instructors would be to ensure full programming for students in all schools with pools for 2023-2024. I see it as very different than actual board decisions on options to reduce the deficit, because let me repeat, it was an unintended consequence of program reduction based upon a school-based staffing decision. In every other school-based staffing decision, the board had the information and the understanding of what the reduction in staffing would mean to programming. In the case of aquatics instructors, it was discussed at the meeting that it would not affect programming because at the time, staff thought we currently didn't even have the 93 aquatics instructors working. When they knew, and they freely stated this on May 15th, that they had not realized at the time of the program reduction, that is why I believe it was included back, because staff understand this is different, and I won't put words in staff's mouth, they will speak for themselves, but it is different, and it is here tonight, and I will move a motion as business arising to add back 6 full-time equivalent aquatics instructors to ensure full programming for the 2023-2024 school year. And I believe it's important to do it now because it does 2 things. One is there is a possibility, and I don't know enough about the operationalizing of it, I will leave that to staff, but there is a possibility to affect what was previously surplus. And the other piece is it's an opportunity to change, as the students so eloquently said, to address a mistake that was made. So I have no hesitation in moving this as business arising to add it back. The committee will do what the committee will do. It adds 0.4 to the deficit. And I understand that we haven't reviewed all the items that we're going to have to review. But one of the things that I believe is important is to not cut programming by default. If the board is going to cut swim programming, that needed to be a conscious decision of the board. I shared the long history since amalgamation of the pools, the importance of them, the fact that we're currently beginning a renegotiation with the city on our pools, and this is not the time, nor was it staff's intention to change the aquatics programming in our schools. So I'm looking for a seconder. Thank you very much, Trustee McLean, and I move that as business arising. Thank you.
Okay, so do we have language to put up for that? Okay. Do we have any questions for the motion that's on the floor?
Staff should speak to.
Trustee Chernos-Lynn, go ahead.
So my question is just for staff. I just want to clarify that the number that have been suggested by staff in this report is enough that that we think we can run full program, but this is not the actual amount that were cut originally, because we actually have trouble getting that many instructors. Is that correct? Is my understanding correct?
So through the chair, that's correct. So in the current budget, we have 93 aquatic instructors. 3 of them have not been placed because of pool closures and that sort of thing. So we have 90 in our budget. At the time that this was brought forward, we only had 80 in the system. That means that there were 10 vacancies at the time. So even if a pool is open and there's a vacancy, there's no programming running at those schools. We're down to 76 the last time I heard. So again, we have 14 vacancies of the 90. So we worked to be able to have some flexibility in being able to move aquatic instructors around when there is a pool closure. And that allows us that flexibility to have less than 90 and be able to offer full programming. So that's the reason why it didn't go back up to the same number.
Okay, and can staff just provide a number of, if we add this back in, we still have made a reduction, and how much is that? How much does that reduction go towards our deficit? What's that number?
Through the chair, I believe it's 400,000 because the original reduction was 800,000.
Okay, thank you. I support this. I think swimming is really important, and schools that are lucky enough to have a pool don't always have, as the kids said, they don't always have everything else in terms of a large footprint, or, every one of our schools is unique and different. None of my schools have been twinned, but I really feel for the schools that this affects. And so it seems like this is a middle ground that we've achieved. And I also am happy that we've achieved some flexibility. I hope that we can achieve a little bit more flexibility over the coming years in terms of just so that we can maximize the efficiency of our pools and make sure every one of them that is functionally able to be open is open. Because it is frustrating to get emails. It's really frustrating for families when schools are able to be operational but not able to be open because we can't find instructors and we can't move them. So I will be in support of this, and I think it's a good middle ground. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Trustee Lee.
Oh, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I appreciate Trustee Laskin's motion. I really appreciate all the delegates today. However, I would like to say that I think this conversation should be a part of the overall budget conversation. This is not the first time that we talk about cuts in this budget cycle. I remember vividly when the first round of budget cuts, when it comes to staffing camp, we had a lot of discussions over special education staff, of which 14 at the time were trying to cut. I had moved a similar motion in this exact committee in almost the exactly same fashion to add back the special education staff to our budget. And that motion was ruled out of order by the chair on the spot. So I am looking at the overall situation of our board, and financials are challenging, but I can't get over my understanding on why it is out of order to add back special education staff, but not out of order to add back swimming instructors. And I just have to mention equity because we mention equity a lot. I understand there are challenges within each school, and then I understand each school is unique. But I have to say, I'll give you one example. A school that is very well represented in the middle of this issue. Let me give you some stats. It's a JK-5 school that has 440 students. It has a LOI of 394. Okay. It sits on almost 3 acres of land. It's fully equipped with multiple playscapes, a basketball court, a soccer court, and it also has a semi-underground covered parking lot for staff. And because it has a parking lot that's covered, on top of that parking lot, they actually built a soccer court. So it's fully equipped and it has a pool. And out of that, 440 students, most students speak English as their home language. So 45% of their students have their primary language that's not English. I took this all from the TDSB website, so it is all public information. Another school in comparison, Avondale Public School, it's not in my ward, but I'm going to use it as an example. It has an LOI of 377, by no means low, but the school sits on 3.9 acres, out of which 1 acre is parking lot. So basically sits on almost the same land as the other school that I just referenced. It has 770 students, out of which almost 80% speak their primary language that's not English. And that school has nothing. It sits on 3 acres with 770 students. It has no basketball courts. It has 1 play state, and it has 1 field. And by the way, that school also has portables, so that takes up a part of their acreage as well. So I'm not saying that these programs should be cut. In the end, we might still add them back. But I just would like this committee to allow everything to be looked at equitably. These programs do not exist in areas that has large number of immigrants. I have another school that's actually my ward, but I don't want to reference it because, I do want to be a little bit objective on this one. But that school has 749 students. It also has none of the facilities that some of the other schools that has a pool that has. Right. So, but I just want to make sure that, when we look at this program, we have to recognize the fact that it doesn't exist south of the 401. It doesn't exist in areas that has a lot of immigrants and low-income families. And when we talk about 400,000, it's not 400,000 one time, it's 400,000 in perpetuity, year over year. Okay, so, and I think this is an important decision that should be a part of the whole budget conversation. And once we've made all the decisions, once we have made all the trade-offs, and if we still decide that it should be a part of the budget, I will fully support it because I do believe swim programs are important. But so are special education staff. And the trustees here will remember the conversations that you and I have had on special education staff and how much pushback we saw from other colleagues on why it is so hard to add back special education staff. So what is the difference between that and this? All right, Madam Chair, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'll pass the chair.
Go ahead, Trustee Arts.
Thank you. So I have some questions for staff. Given the work that was done this spring, is the intention that we will continue or staff will continue with the itinerant model going forward for instructors?
Thank you. And through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so that's not a one-year thing. That came forward. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you very much. If I could just add on, this is a decision that trustees make on an annual basis when we bring forward staffing. And so that is up to the Board of Trustees on an annual basis as they review all staffing allocations that come forward. So I would just offer that as context for your deliberations.
Thank you. So in addition to continuing with the itinerant model, I think the work this spring has shown that as much as we value swimming, that this is one of those areas of the board, of a board that amalgamated from 7 boards with a program where there's inequitable distribution of pools, and we really can't do anything about that, but where swimming has just kind of happened where there's pools. So I would like to ask if there's an intention to continue to review swim programs and centralize the management of programming to allow more access to schools. I have to agree with Trustee Lee. In my area, the schools that have pools are in well-to-do neighborhoods And my model schools are not schools that have access, with the exception of one now, but generally not the ones that have access to the swimming. And since we have this resource, and it is a shareable resource, I would like to know if continued review would extend greater access to those schools that don't have the pools. And I'm also thinking of in the regions where there's high school pools and not elementary pools. High schools don't use their pools all the time. I know it's a different staffing model, different collective agreement, but I want to know that that review will continue to happen, and those conversations will continue to happen so we can increase access.
Through the chair, staff is certainly committed to doing a review in order to continue ensuring or looking at how we better provide access across our system. That's a commitment we certainly are able to make. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll pass the chair back.
Thank you. Next on the list, we have Trustee Dawson.
Thank you, and through the chair, I'm torn with this one. When I go to my schools, and I'm going to repeat this throughout this process, but when I go to my schools, I ask my principals two things. Well, I ask them what are your two budget wish list items, if you could have anything. And every single school, as their top item, is more SNAs, more special needs assistance, spec ed support. How many SNAs does $400,000 pay for? How many SNAs could we get with that? Through the chair.
Through the chair, I'm going to say approximately 7 to 8.
How many SNAs did we cut?
Through the chair, there were no reductions to special education staff as a result of budget reductions. There were 35 special education supports that were reduced as a result of the discontinuation of COVID funding.
Okay, so, but, all right, thank you. I can't reconcile that with this. And I will say I do have several schools, model schools, that are served by our swim program. So I can appreciate that it's different in other parts of the city, but my kids do need these swim programs in a lot of cases, but they also need spec ed support. I don't feel that I can, as much as I want to, make this decision without the full information of the entire budget. So that's where I'm sitting. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Trustee McLean next.
Thank you, and through the chair. For months now, I've been talking about trying to get more information. Before we started committing money, that we had more information. And we, over the weekend, and again tonight, we were provided with additional information so that we would better understand the choices we're making. And to Trustee Dawson's point, that, you know, once you spend $1, you're not going to be able to spend it again. That being said, we only have pools in so many of our buildings. Not to use them seems like an immense waste of an asset. Like Trustee Arts, I believe that we should be increasing our efforts to utilize the asset that exists within our buildings. I think there are probably nearby schools and an ability to share the asset in a greater manner in which we do. All that being said, I'm not interested in reducing the programming, of the swimming programming that was unintended initially from the decision that was made. It is $400,000 we're not going to get to spend again, but I will be enthusiastically supporting. Thank you.
Trustee Patel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Most of the questions has been answered, but I will continue where Trustee Dawson left. So, as Trustee Lee said, that we, on one hand, we are supporting keeping our pools open. On the other hand, we are not justifying the special ed file. Here, my question is to the staff: what are the budget implications? The staff know about the budget implications about this? Or are we just passing this motion today and we will know in the next cycle what will be the real budget implication? So I really like to know what will be the budget implication. Looking at the current deficit, I'm not sure. I would love to support this motion, but without full information, I cannot support this for sure, but I'd really like to hear from the staff. What are their thoughts and what is the budget implication?
So through the chair, as indicated, the cost of adding back 6 aquatic instructors is $400,000. So if trustees were to pass this motion, it would increase the projected deficit by $400,000. So our starting point to get to a balanced budget would be $52.7 million versus $52.3 million.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That helps.
Thank you. Next, we have Trustee Rajkulasingham.
Thank you, through the chair. Just to get some historical context around pools, staff knows better about the different school sites across the board. So looking at elementary schools that have pools, we've heard the argument that pools are in schools in areas that may not have a lot of green space. Is that the case for all elementary schools? And if they can provide some context over why some elementary schools may have pools while others may not. That's my first question, please.
So through the chair, I believe that pools represent a pre-amalgamation construct with respect to the geographical areas that they existed in. The former city of Toronto, I believe, had more pools based on their particular evolution, whereas some of the schools in the Northwest or Northeast may not have invested in pools at the elementary level, whereas where you look at the secondary geographical map, you see more pools distributed across the system in communities across our city. Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. And just looking at our different LC models, how many students, can you share which is the, or can you rank LC 1, 2, 3, and 4? Can you rank each LC according to population of students, please?
Sorry, just a second. I'm looking to see who can take that.
Thank you. Just the student population in general, not according to any program or service, just the general population of students in each area.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I would ask Andrew Gowdy, System Officer Andrew Gowdy, to respond if he's online, and we may need a moment to find that information and provide it to trustees. Through you, Chair, if you could give us a few moments, perhaps move on to another question, and we will let you know when we have an answer to that question.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Director. Through the chair, looking at the secondary level, the number of pool and that distribution is quite equal. But looking at the elementary panel, 0 out of 26 LC2 and LC3 have no schools with pools. And I think I agree with what Trustee Lee had said.
the budget is a great time for us to better understand inequities in resources, opportunities, and programs across the board. I represent my ward, but also as a trustee of the board, I represent the entire TDSB. So this is an opportunity for me to better understand what's happening in other wards and inequities they may face. And this is also a great opportunity for my colleagues to better understand what's happening in our neck of the woods. So I would just want to kind of, reach out to colleagues and say that I hope that when they're looking into different programs and opportunities that will be up for discussion in the coming weeks, that they apply that lens to our neck of the woods and how we may be underserved in many different ways. And I hope that staff will, when they're bringing forward conversations around different programs, that those maps and demographic data is incredibly helpful. It really paints a good picture. And one of the ones that come to mind for me are the maps we had around the French Review. I think it really paints a picture on which areas are served, which areas are underserved, and it will help colleagues make those informed decisions. And as Trustee Dawson said, we all are really concerned about special education. On my school visits last week, I was also asking principals, if budget wasn't an issue, what type of staff would they like to see more of? And SNAs were one that were at the top of the list each time. So it's going to be a really tough few weeks ahead. But I think understanding that demographic data and also being able to visualize where programs and services are placed will be incredibly helpful for us, and I'm sure the public too, because the board is so big and it's sometimes easy to not see impact when we hear it in reports and words, but being able to visualize it, I think, sends a better signal. And earlier, Trustee Earhart had mentioned that oftentimes in the news we hear about different updates from the province and this huge number of funding that they're investing, but I think what helps with us is when the public realizes that when it comes to a local school board level, that funding is quite small. So having demographic maps and demographic data really helps folks better understand things on a larger scale. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think Associate Director Salmon has an answer for your other question.
No, thank you, and through the chair. Some of the data taken within the last year through Andrew Gowdy's area has that LC4 has the largest population of students, followed by LC1, and then LC2 and LC3 has about the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list, we have Trustee Earhart.
Hi, thanks very much. And through the chair, I'm not a member of BFBAC, but I wanted to speak out in support of this motion. I know we are in a difficult budget period, and but I do want to just speak to the importance of aquatics programming wherever we can offer it. If I had my way, there would be a pool in every school, and every child in the world would know how to swim, because it is a life-saving skill. And through the pandemic, drownings were up in Ontario. They're on the rise, and this is in part because students have not had access to swim programming, and they've not had access to it through any means. And so that is something I want to emphasize here, and that is a discussion that we did not have as a board because it had not been the board's intention to reduce swim programming. There had been questions asked around the impacts of swim programming. I don't want to negate the importance of any other area of our work, because I will be there to advocate for some of those as well. I do want to say that for many students, and we heard tonight even in a delegation, aquatics is a form of special education programming. It's a form of respite for our students. It's something that, as a parent to a now 8-year-old, I see that. We have a swim program in our school that is not at risk with these proposed cuts, but I see it through the eyes of my child who is getting swim for the first time in several years, and to see how that motivates my child to go to school when my child is struggling in all other subjects. And so I heard that through the deputations. I hear it through the many people that are writing to me. And it's a program cut to a universal program where the facilities exist. And I know where the facilities exist are inequitable, but all kids need to learn how to swim. And as Trustee Laskin mentioned, we are in a series of very difficult discussions with the city that are about to begin on a variety of program areas. And I think it is more important than ever for us as the TDSB to send a strong message around the importance of this programming. It is fragile for all of Toronto's children. And so in my view, we should not move 1 inch for aquatics programming until we fully understand the impacts and have a broad-based discussion on what program reductions would mean. And I think the time for that should have been in March. And I think now is not the time for that. I just want to speak in the strongest possible terms to how important this is, and how important it is, as Trustee Art said, to fully utilize the pools whenever they can be open. And so that means every single moment that we can find an instructor to staff the pools to offer programming to any student that can get there, that can access those pools. I believe we need to have it, and we need to do that for all of Toronto's children as often as we can. And in the TDSB, I really strongly believe that that's a programming decision that we need to uphold and maintain. And so I hope that board members will vote in support of this tonight. And just thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next on the list, we have Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to clarify a few things. On May 17th, I sent an email to all my colleagues about the history of pools. The fact that we're having a conversation about the history of pools, where they're located, the importance of them, the not importance of them, that was never the intention when school-based staffing decision was made at the board. The staff said it would not affect programming. We find out later it affected programming. That's why it's a very different conversation than a reduction to SNAs or a reduction to elementary teachers. We knew what we were doing then. We knew those were actual reductions. This, we're very big, as I've often said, as have often been repeated to me, we're very big on intent and impact. The intent of the decision we made was not the intended impact. We find out after the fact programming is affected, and this is an opportunity to correct that error. For the past 25 years, and I know not all of you are familiar with this, but I sure was there at the beginning, there has never, ever been a conversation around this board table about maintaining school pools without maintaining full programming. Never came up once. And for me, it's completely incongruous, as other trustees have said, that we would have fully operational pools and they would not be fully utilized. The original vote, the intent of that was that all pools were staffed and there would be full programming. We find out after the fact that's not the case, and that is why this decision is completely different than the SNA decision. The other thing that I think is very important is we're now starting on a conversation about facilities and the differences of facilities and where they're located and the LOI of schools. And again, I will repeat, never in the history of the conversation about pools in this board in the last 25 years was there a conversation about where they're located and who benefits from them. Prior to amalgamation, the different cities made different decisions on recreation programs. The City of Toronto, City of East York created pools in schools. The other municipalities had community centers that had their swimming pools in them. It was a pre-amalgamation decision. We're wearing a decision, many of which were made half a century ago, frankly. And I'd argue that comparing schools, school to school, what this facility has versus what that facility has, again, we've never done that as a board. So it's not that I don't want to participate in that conversation, but that should actually be a conversation about swimming pools in the TDSB. It should not be a backdoor conversation as a result of an unintended consequence of removing staffing that we thought would provide full programming, and then after the fact find out we don't. So it's pretty obvious from this conversation that I don't have the support to do this now. Many people are saying that it's got to go into the whole bigger picture. For me to bring it here tonight was an opportunity to redress the wrong, to redress the unintended consequence of that previous decision, but I'm not prepared to lose this vote. It is too important. So I am deferring it to the conversation when all the options are on the table. I again repeat, I believe that it was to redress a wrong, to redress an intention, and repeat again that school pools, if they're operational, should be fully functional, full stop, period. That's always been the case, and I do not, for the life of me, understand why everything else is being brought into this discussion when in fact it was simply to redress what staff freely admitted to. They thought that 80 aquatics instructors would continue full programming. They find out after the fact it won't. They want to add 6 back to redress that. And now I'm feeling there's not the support, so I'm deferring it, Madam Chair.
Does you still want to speak to this?
Or do I just
withdraw?
That's what I was thinking. If you defer.
Okay, I just withdraw it.
You withdraw? Does
Any objection?
that need both?
You can do.
Or sorry?
Madam Chair, if a motion to defer is on the floor, we need a seconder, and it has to be decided without debate.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you over the noise.
If a motion to defer is on the floor, it has to be decided without debate. If we could just get a seconder and the vote. There's no discussion on deferral.
Okay, so I need a seconder.
Question
withdraw?
of clarification. If the trustee doesn't get a seconder, is she able to withdraw it?
If there is no objection by any member of the committee to withdraw, it can be withdrawn.
Okay, do I have a seconder to withdraw or an objection from a member of the committee? I don't know.
If it please the chair, can I ask for a brief recess?
Yes. Sorry, I haven't done a motion to withdraw, so I need some clarification as well. So can we take 5 minutes? Sure, yeah. Go to the washroom, do what you need to do. I'll be back in a second. Can we put up the motion? Please. Okay, so does this qualify as an amendment now that and we have, sorry, does this qualify as an amendment? That,
No, it's a deferral.
okay, so Trustee Laskin and Trustee McLean, am I correct? You've got a deferral motion. You're deferring the motion to the final budget proposal?
Correct.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And there's no debate on a deferral? Okay. So do we vote? Okay. Yep. So can we open the vote, please?
I'm in favor.
Sorry, who was that? Thank you.
Laskin in favor.
Dawson in favor.
You're not a member of the committee.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, but you're not on the committee.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
I would suggest next term or next year you join the committee. Okay, thank you, that carries. So we are back to the receipt, sorry. We're back to the main agenda item, which is the updated financial position, and this this report is for receipt. So could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Oh,
Sorry, Madam Chair, do I need to, if I'm have a motion, business arising, do I have to do it before you receive the report or after?
Yes.
business arising is after.
After? Okay.
After we receive the report.
Okay, sorry, thank
You
you.
have to do the business, and then you can arise a motion. Yes, Mr. Snyder.
Madam Chair, just was asked a question earlier. We have the information available now.
Oh,
There
okay.
were 3 grants moved into the GSN that were PPFs: Specialist High Skills Major Expansion, Early Math Interventions for Students with Special Needs, and the Demographic Data Gathering. And those 3 grants account for $5.6 million.
Thank you, and that's technically not new funding, that's just changing the name of it. Perfect, thank you. Okay, so, sorry, can I get a mover and a seconder for a receipt of the updated projected financial position? Yeah. Trustee DeVitis, Trustee McLean? Can we open the vote, please?
In favor?
Thank you.
Trustee Shan in favor.
Trustee Patel? Trustee Patel, how do you vote? Yeah, mark him absent, I guess. Thank you. And that carries. Thank you very much. Trustee McLean?
Thank you. Through the chair, I have a business arising. Ms. Joseph Dowers, I think I sent it to you earlier. It is recommended that the board approve the allocation of the 8.0 full-time equivalent FTE positions of the secondary vice principals for the 2023-2024 school year. Can I speak to this, or does?
Thank you. I think we need a seconder. Trustee Chernos-Lynn? Go ahead, Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair. As was explained earlier, this is revenue neutral. and the benefits of doing this now. Many of these positions, these VP positions, will be half-time positions, so the other half of their day gets worked into the staffing. So it's important that we do these sooner than later to give these schools an opportunity to appropriately staff their schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions about the motion on the floor?
Nothing online.
Yes, go ahead.
Can staff just speak to, I don't, are secondary VPs ever part-time? Like 0.5?
No, sorry, I think they are half-time VPs and half-time teachers, correct? No? Oh, sorry, no. Secondary.
2 minutes.
Okay.
Go ahead. Through the chair, at the secondary level, the allocation most times is a 1.0 FTE, so they are full-time equivalent VP in a school. I still think, to the trustee's point, it is time-sensitive because they would be positioned in their building and ready for the fall. But I just want to be clear that at the secondary level, these allocations are 1.0 in schools. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Trustee Lee.
Sorry, had to come on mute. Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Trustee McLean, for moving this motion. I just want to get a bit more information from staff. Can I just confirm that this will be, I don't know, approximately $1.2 million in the upcoming budget?
So through the chair, you're correct on the amount. It's between 1.1 and 1.2 million. However, we are using one-time funding that we did not use from carry forwards from grants that we received during COVID that we didn't use. So it would be one-time funding. It would not impact the 23-24 budget. So the updated financial position would be exactly the same. So it would be revenue neutral to the budget development.
Got it. And through you, Madam Chair, just a follow-up. Now, is this one-time budget a sweater budget dedicated for this use only, or is this budget that can actually be added to our overall pool of funding?
So through the chair, there are, the funding that has been carried forward has been enveloped for different purposes, and we believe that vice principals would fit into the use of that funding.
Got it. And just for my own education, what other purpose could it be used for?
Through the chair, we are looking at mostly student success, and so it would be funding to support students. We can find, I will look exactly what the wording is, but we do know that there would be, the reason that it was carried forward because there were limited things that it could be used for that are in the current budget. So we are looking at when we looked at the definition, we believed that we could use it for this purpose. But there wouldn't be as many purposes in the additional things that we've added in the budget that it would be able to support.
Okay. And is this envelope or sweater budget something that we are getting again next year, or is this the end of this budget and we're not getting again? This is just the residual.
So through the chair, it's funding that we receive on an annual basis. We usually spend most of that funding on the annual basis, if not all. But during COVID, because there were certain restrictions where we couldn't spend it, say, for example, on professional development, that sort of thing, we have carried forward more than we usually do. And therefore, for a one-time, so for 23-24, we can add these 8 positions back.
Okay. And just through Madam Chair, I guess to Trustee McLean or maybe staff, these 8 secondary VPs, have we identified a need for them? And what was the reason why they weren't allocated initially, if there was a need?
So through the chair, I'll start, and then I will turn it over to Associate Director Salmon. Initially, when we brought forward the school-based staffing, there was a reduction of 13.5 secondary principals due to the reduction in COVID funding, and we added 5.5 back due to changes in enrollment, so a net reduction of 8. Through the motion that trustees asked staff to relook at some of the school-based staffing was indicated earlier, staff did look at need, and for that purpose, I'll turn it over to Associate Director Salmon to speak to need.
There's 3 rivers here.
So through the chair, part of what staff identified as we looked through some of the specific needs of specific schools within our system was some concerns with respect to school safety, student engagement, and some historical incidents that had transpired in a variety of communities. And as such, we felt it was really necessary to address some of those concerns with this particular allocation. Thank you.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, can we just get an understanding of which particular schools these VPs will be going to, if we know, what the needs are already?
So through the chair, thank you for that question. At this time, we have somewhere around 10 to 12 schools that we are looking at. A final decision has not yet been made with respect to the specific schools, but it will be based on those who are most needy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I know Trustee McLean had asked for this to be brought into a finance meeting and a bigger discussion, and I understand that there's a timing that's required. I'm just trying to figure out what the true impact of this is. Just because that 1.2 million, if we didn't spend it here, we would spend it elsewhere, right? And typically we do exhaust that funding year over year. So I'm not against it. I'm just a little bit confused because I think staff were the ones who brought this forward, letting the board know that we need 8 more people. But if we haven't decided where they're going, how concrete are we on that need? And why is it 8 and not 12? I guess that's my question. Right, just because I feel like something like this should be, hey, we did a budget. We realized that, we didn't have some information when we did the budget, so we have a desperate need for these 8 more people, which is fine with me, absolutely. But I'm just a little bit concerned that we're not concrete on that need yet.
Thank you. Through the chair, it was presented 8 days ago, and I motioned to refer because I wanted us to have it make informed choices, and I believed that when we sat tonight, we would get more information over the weekend, and we would get more information presented to us tonight, so that we would be in a better position to make what I deemed then and still argue today is a more informed choice. So we understand what was going on. Now we've come to learn that it's even revenue neutral, so then that becomes less of an issue. And this is more about timing so that these schools can plan accordingly. So that's why it was reintroduced tonight.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, thank you, Trustee McLean, for that answer. But I would say that it is actually not revenue neutral because the money is not enveloped for vice principals. It is envelope for student success. I know our staff members are looking to provide us with information on what that envelope actually means. And this is why, to me, that goes into the category of, are we making informed choices, right? So what are we not going to fund because we have a 50 and change $1 million in deficit when we fund this? I'm absolutely happy to support it if staff would tell us we need 8 more VPs in these schools because there is this gap that we have to close. I feel like I'm not getting that level of detail and that level of confidence right now to say that, hey, we do have money for it, but that money could be used elsewhere, but we need to make a decision tonight because we have to use it here. But when my community comes to me and asks, James, you just spent $1.2 million out of a regular budget cycle on VPs for schools that you can't tell me where. Why'd you do that? I'm not sure if I can answer that question right now. And I appreciate if staff can give any more information for me to make that decision.
I'm going to pass it to Director Russell Rollins.
Thank you very much. Through the chair,
In March, I believe it was March, the Board of Trustees made a number of reductions as a result of the Ministry of Education ending the pandemic funding that was provided to boards. The reduction of secondary and elementary vice principals were part of that overall reduction. As we look at the needs that we stated then that exist in our schools, we said that we would bring back proposals to add back staff where it was feasible within the budget. That is what we are doing this evening without adding to the deficit of the board. I do take the trustee's point that if it's not allocated to vice principals, it could be allocated to some other funding, some other source or expenditure within the budget. The vice principals are here primarily to support student safety at the secondary level. You've heard about that in two recent reports presented to the board with regards to our ongoing efforts to support student well-being and safety. As well, at the elementary level, there's a bit more of a broadened perspective with regards to the allocation of those vice principals, but still very much connected to the needs that we know exist as a result of this phase of the pandemic, ensuring that students are well supported, whether that is working directly with them, with the support staff who support students, as well as families. So those are the criteria. Indeed, the list of schools that would like this particular allocation is longer, greater than the number of staff that we are proposing to add back. The number of staff being proposed is directly related to the funding source described by the Associate Director. I hope that answers the questions posed.
Thank you, Madam Director, and through you, Madam Chair. Then can we is staff ready to share at least a full list of those schools that are under consideration, just so that this committee can have a visibility on it?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, what we will do is the same process we normally do with the allocation of vice principals and other staff. We go away and look at the criteria against the list of schools. We do not operationally present the Board of Trustees with schools that will receive specific resources being allocated by the board. We do that as a follow-up to decisions made by the board, so that the board can make a decision that impacts the whole board without going into specific circumstances in some schools. I would also say that in this particular case, discussing the needs of some schools may in fact create greater stigmatization than I know the Board of Trustees and certainly staff would want to do.
Okay, I understand that. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Madam Director.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions. So could we open the vote?
Sean in favor.
Trustee Patel?
I'm in favor, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And that carries. Thank you very much. Oh, it's 8 o'clock.
Point of order.
Yes.
I'd just like to let people know there's a raccoon in the hallway. It's gone now? Okay. But for those that didn't come physically, you didn't get to see the raccoon. So there.
You've missed out on the excitement.
Did the raccoon break a bylaw?
Yes. Sorry. Could I ask an indulgence for another 5 minutes to grab sandwiches. Before we move on to item number 5, which I think would probably have quite a bit of questions and discussion, I'm just going to ask for another quick break so some of us can get food. Thank you. We are live. So we're moving on to item number 5, which is proposed options to balance the 2023-24 budget. And I pass the chair to Associate Director Zucker.
Thank you. And through the chair, again, trustees were sent a presentation. It'll be on screen, but you would also have received it via email. So I'm going to go through the presentation, and then if there are any questions at the end, we can go through them. So just a reminder that we are required to submit a balanced budget per Section 231 of the Education Act. Under the regulation, the board can have a deficit of 1% up to the maximum of our reserve balance without requiring permission from the ministry. So 1% for us is approximately $28 million. But our board had a 1.4% deficit in 2022-23, so it was at 40.4 million. And as a result, we did require approval from the ministry for the deficit. And when boards do file a deficit, they do have to, as part of the approval process, provide a 3-year deficit recovery plan. So we are in year 1 of that recovery plan right now. And year 2 would be 23-24. And at that time, we said through the plan that we submitted that we would go from 40.4 million down to 15.1 million. So that's what the ministry would be expecting us to be submitting this year, is a $15.1 million deficit. That being said, our 21-22 actuals were higher than what we had projected through the 21-22 budget. And so we did end up at that time using all of our working fund reserve. So as a result of that, staff is working towards submitting a balanced budget. And so that's what you're going to see as we walk through this. The GSN did address some of the needs of TDSB. And as we indicated earlier, most of it was providing the funding to offset the costs related to the central agreements. We did receive some additional GSN for transportation, so that was helpful for the board. We did receive 2%, for example, in school operations. However, as the director indicated earlier, there are still perpetual and persistent structural deficits in some areas. And some examples include statutory benefits. We know that CPP over the last 5 years has been underfunded by 28.8 million. Special education, again, we know that we do have a deficit on an annual basis in special education. And a replacement cost for employees that are on leave. So for most of our staff, especially our school-based staff, when they are off, whether it be a day or a more long-term absence, we do pay the staff member, but we also pay for the replacement costs for the supply teachers or other positions that are school-based, and therefore we have a replacement cost associated with them. So the financial position from the report that we just looked at today is the 52.3 million. And so that would mean that we would have to reduce the budget by, or our proposed options would have to equate to 52.3 million if we wanted to be balanced. And that we would have to reduce the budget by 37.2 million to achieve the $15.1 million deficit that we had indicated to the province that we would be at through the deficit recovery plan. So I'm going to go through the options here, and then again, we can have questions about them afterwards. But the reduction in central teaching and administration, that's indicated of 5.6 in the report. Their centrally assigned staffing of 4.8 and centrally assigned principals of 800,000. The reductions have been made in order to meet the collective agreement timelines. So those teachers, those positions have been declared surplus. The teachers would go back into the schools. The board can add back those positions, obviously, through your approval process, but we could not decrease after certain timelines. So that's why those decisions or those reductions have already been made. And just to confirm, and we did confirm this today, the reductions did not result in any teachers being declared surplus. So across the board, even though we were reduced by 44, there were through different resignations and additional positions that are available, there are no surplus declarations to the board as a result of the reduction. So just if we go to the next slide, the central teachers, the 44 equate to early reading coaches in elementary 20, K-12 coaches, elementary 16, and K-12 coaches secondary 8 for the total of 44. This would be 11 per learning center, so they are equally distributed across the learning centers. That's how they've been allocated, and that's also how the reductions have been made. The reductions in centrally assigned principals represent a decrease in 1 centrally assigned principal per learning center and 1 in the director's office. So that would be the 800,000. So the 44 equate to the 4.8 million, and then the 800,000 is the 5 centrally assigned principals. For the next option that is being proposed is central departments were asked when they provided their budgets to reduce their discretional spending by 5%. So that equated to 1.4 million. And departments were able to decide where those reductions could be made. So it's however would best be able to support their departments. And some of the things that they would look at would be purchase of supplies, professional development that they would pay to go to, or technology. And those are just examples of where they could have made those reductions. But again, when you look at it, 5%, 1.4 million, we have done a lot of reductions in this discretionary spending, and it is not a significant number when it comes to our overall budget. So just the 5%, I think, is important to recognize that how significant that would be when we make those reductions regularly. The next option to balance in the next slide would be general interest courses. So the board does offer a lot of general interest courses to adults, including seniors. And examples include pizza making, dance classes, art classes, calligraphy, salad making, and currently those expenditures for general interest courses exceed revenues by $600,000. So we're operating at a loss of $600,000. The continuing education policy does say that the community program should be fully funded by user fees and other revenues. So COVID did impact this a little bit, and we want to make sure that we are back in line. So staff is proposing that we review ways to fully fund general interest programs. It could include possible fee increases, enrollment thresholds, meaning that we wouldn't offer a course if it didn't meet some sort of break-even threshold. So those are the types of things that they would be looking at in order to balance the general interest revenues with the expenses. The next option is, again, this is somewhat in line with the discussion that we had about vice principals. So we do receive funding outside of the GSN, either PPFs, and we do have certain GSN allocations that are enveloped. And some of these grants were not spent, even though they are regularly spent on an annual basis, they were not spent necessarily fully during COVID due to some restrictions that were in place. For example, if there was professional development, it would not have been able to take place. So we are reviewing all of those grants to ensure that eligible expenditures are charged to this funding. Not only the carry forward, but on an annual basis, making sure that we're maximizing the funding. To Trustee Lee's point earlier, that everything that can be charged to those grants is being charged to those grants. So the expectation would be that there would be very little carried forward on an annual basis. In addition, staff is reviewing all programs to ensure that they're operating efficiently. So you'll notice on the Appendix B with the programs that are operating above funding levels, continuing education is one of them. So continuing education has started to look at all of the classes that they're offering and seeing if it's possible to consolidate some of those classes without not being able to offer them, but to just consolidate the classes into less classes. And by that efficiency, we are able to help to offset some of the expenses as well. So staff does estimate that that would be about $4 million of GSN that would be available in 23-24 to assist us in balancing the budget. So again, that $4 million is a result of funding carry forwards and making sure that we maximize the grant that we're receiving, and it does not necessarily equal any reductions in expenditures. The next option is one-to-one device deployment. So just so that we all have an understanding, we do to purchase devices in the summer prior to each school year. And so the summer would be part of the current year budget that we're purchasing devices for next year. So if we pause the device deployment for 23-24, it actually impacts 24-25. And by doing that, by deferring this for 1 year, we can still consider as part of the 24-25 budget the one-to-one device deployment. It does give staff some time to look at device deployment and ensure that we are using our resources appropriately and making sure that we are addressing any equity, especially equity concerns that device deployment, one-to-one device deployment was intended to assist with. And so if we were to consider it as part of the 24-25 budget, what would happen is we would purchase the devices to be delivered in the fall instead of the summer. So it would equate to a little bit of a delay in the deployment, but it wouldn't mean that we're making a decision to cancel it right now. We're deferring that decision until next year, and it would save us $9 million in the 23-24 budget. The next option is the use of proceeds of disposition. So as a result of the moratorium on school closures, we've not been able to deal with the excess capacity, basically meaning we haven't been able to close schools. And so the ministry used to recognize that when you operated at less than full capacity, that it doesn't significantly change the cost of operating a school. So for example, if you have a school that has a capacity of 500 students, if you only have 300 students in that school, the operating costs are still pretty much the same. You still need similar caretaking, utilities, all of the operating costs associated with running a school. And the ministry did used to recognize this through what they called a top-up grant. And so that top-up grant was phased out starting in 2015-16, around the same time, coincidentally, that the moratorium on school closures started. So again, we didn't have the top-up to be able to help us to balance the budget, and we didn't have the ability to be able to close schools to help ourselves to balance the budget. So staff's best estimate right now of the operating costs associated with not being able to close schools is estimated at $12 million. So we are recommending that we put in a request to the ministry to use $12 million in proceeds of disposition to assist in balancing the budget. That would be an annual request until we are able to address school closures. So we would have to do this likely on an annual basis. And just so that trustees are aware, our uncommitted proceeds of disposition balance is currently at approximately $85 million. And it will continue to increase as we sell surplus properties, and it will decrease when we make commitments to use it for, say, closing the difference between the benchmark funding that we receive from the province and the actual cost of construction. That's where we've been using a lot of our proceeds lately. So if we total all of those up, the central staffing of 5.6, the discretionary of 1.4, general interest of 600,000, using the other grants and looking at efficiencies of 4 million, device deployment of 9, use of proceeds of position of 12. We're looking at $32.6 million in options to help us balance. So our projected deficit, again, from the previous report was 52.3 million. If we are able to save or to add 32.6 million, we'd be looking at an updated projected deficit of 19.7 million. So again, if we were to approve the options, that's what the projected deficit would be. It would be 19.7, and that we would either have to reduce by 19.7 million more in order to get to a balanced budget, or 4.6 million more to be able to honor the commitment made through the 3-year deficit recovery program. Sorry, you can move to the next slide. And then lastly, and I know that trustees received this today, so I'll take a little bit of time to go through this list. This is Appendix B that was received. And these equate to the areas that staff has reviewed where we either spend more than we're funded, or we're not funded at all for the specific expenditures and programs. So the first on the list is cafeterias of about $900,000. So these are all, you can see they're red and negative, so this means we spend more than we're funded for. Cafeterias used to be something where we made money in schools. However, with the change in the nutrition policy and the ability for students to go out or to order in, the cafeterias have not been used as much, and therefore there are no commissions related to the cafeterias, and the cost is actually exceeding the revenue that they're bringing in. And these are a combination of board-run cafeterias as well as third-party run cafeterias. For our central services and administration, we are required to balance this envelope, so we do offset it with some of the funding that we receive, the other revenue that we receive throughout the budget. But if we were just looking at pure expenses compared to the GSN that we receive, there's about a $10.4 million overspending in certain areas. And I've listed the major areas that would be included on this list, including trustee services, senior team, governance services, research, legal, communications, internal audit, policy, public engagement, and partnerships and business development. So the ministry would call most of that list other admin, and so that's where the difference comes in. The ministry does also provide us funding for our main service areas that are part of the business side of the organization. And again, in total, we do have to offset. We cannot spend more than we're funded for, but we do use revenue to offset those expenses. For continuing education versus funding, continuing education includes our adult day school, our credit and summer schools, international heritage and international languages, and the general interest courses that we talked about earlier. And in addition to the $600,000 that we're overspending on general interest courses, we are also spending $6.7 million more on continuing education than we're funded for. Early years programming, so that includes early on in our extended day program, we're overspending by $1.1 million. Our ECEs versus funding, we're overspending by $4.7 million. And again, there's three main reasons, and most we can't really do much about. We did have ECEs in TDSB before the rest of the province had ECEs. So they would have already been included in our collective agreements, and they would have already had a salary attached to them. When the province brought ECEs in and had a central agreement, our cost for ECEs was higher than the provincial cost for ECEs. So therefore, we're only being funded at the provincial cost, and that difference causes us to have overspending. We also, because, and I like this analogy today, I heard that, students don't come in boxes of 26. So because we have to, there are differences in class sizes, and our class size for kindergarten is a little bit lower than the funding. We do have, therefore, more ECEs that are allocated across the board than we are funded in grant. And then also, because of restrictions, we cannot move ECEs during reorganization, which sometimes creates the need to add ECEs if there's movement between classes, where we would have been able to reduce in one area and increase in another if we had that flexibility. Elementary supervision, this is our cost of lunchroom supervisors over the funding for elementary supervision that's provided through the GSN, so 12.8 million. Our museum and archives, we spend approximately $300,000 a year, and there is no funding through the GSN for that purpose. Outdoor education, we spend 3.2 million more than we're funded through the GSN. Safe and caring versus funding, and this represents all of the safe and caring, both administration and actual supports that are specifically assigned to that area. It includes all of our school-based safety monitors, so the 243.5 school-based safety monitors. It also includes the positions that we added in January. So we spend approximately 26 million more than we're funded for this area. And I'll just let you know the funding for this area, I think it's only $4.7 million. So you can imagine if we spent within that envelope. School office administration versus funding. So these are our school office staff and our principals and vice principals. We spend more than we are funded, partly because we allocate more than we're funded for, and partly because our salaries are higher than the average salary that is used as a benchmark in the GSN. And I will just say that for that instance, that's an issue across the province, that the benchmarks are lower than the salaries of most boards. And I would say, I didn't add this, but it's the same for the costs associated with our central administration. The funding that we receive for superintendents is not nearly what the actual costs are, even though those costs were determined by a third party from the ministry. The costs associated with trustees did not increase for the honorariums when the model for calculating the honorarium changed. So the board does pick up those additional costs, the differences between the salaries. Special education, this is coming from our financial facts for 22-23. We are estimating that we are overspending that allocation by 67.6 million. Statutory benefits, and we've talked about this previously, totaling 47.3 million. And again, that's CPP and EI, 29.8 million. LTD and WSIB is 5.7 million. And then our replacement costs, so the costs when people are on leave, is $11.8 million more that we're spending than we're funded for. And the last one, and these are just in alphabetical order if anybody is wondering what the order is based on, student nutrition. This is the cost of supporting the student nutrition programs that are in our schools to support the staff that administers, as well as any of the programming costs that the board picks up. So that's 1.2 million. So it totals 185.9 million. And staff did their best to determine these amounts. I would say that it's not an exhaustive list, but it's close to an exhaustive list, and it's still 185.9. So we are continuing to review. If there's anything else that comes up, we will definitely bring it forward. But again, this appendix for now was meant to provide information to trustees to be able to help if we were looking to balance the budget or bring it down for areas that we may be able to look to make some reductions. Sorry. So I will now turn it back to the chair for any questions.
Thank you. First on the list, we have Trustee Lee.
Oh, wow. Through Madam Chair, thank you, staff, for this very detailed presentation. I just have a quick question on, that everything that's presented here. Do we have a double click into some of these numbers, what we're funding by program. For example, I'm not saying that we should reduce the expenditures in any of these things I'm outlining, but which bucket of this does things like urban indigenous education go into, or central, where the Center of Excellence for Black Students, or our Human Rights Office? Is that in the central staffing budget, or is that somewhere else?
So thank you, Chair. We will be able to provide more information with regards to staffing and the changes in staffing moving forward. And for something like Indigenous education that has its own allocation through the GSN, it would be fully funded, so that wouldn't be included here. So that the intention was to provide everything that's not fully funded through the GSN.
Okay. Does that mean, through you, Madam Chair, we're getting a more exhaustive or detailed double click list on June the 1st? Just looking at the timelines that was in the deck somewhere.
Thank you, and through the chair. So if Trustee Lee, if you're more specific about what exactly more detailed information that you would be looking for, we can absolutely provide. And again, we will be looking at changes in staffing and providing that list so that trustees can actually see it in a chart all in one place, if that's
okay. Yeah, thank you, Associate Director. But just to clarify my ask, for example, we talked about swimming instructors earlier today. If Trustee Laskin were to move again to bring swimming instructors back into the conversation, we would need to remove 0.4 or $400,000 a year from this list. But right now, just by looking at these lists, I have no idea what's worth $400,000. Right. So we would have to say, oh, we will cut cafeterias by or something, or we'll cut special ed, or we'll cut central funding. But I don't feel like, as a committee member, I would be able to make an informed choice to know what I am cutting when I say I'm going to cut on one of the line items, here in exchange for something else to be added in.
Thank you for that clarification through the chair. Yeah, and we can provide some more detail, and that should be able to be provided next week.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify, would that detail be a double click into the not fully funded items? That's on, I'm looking at the deck, slide 16, that's called other TDSB programs / areas that are not fully funded, or would that be a double click into slide 11, that's called options to balance?
Thank you. It would be more on slide 14, the not fully funded.
Okay, perfect. That makes total sense. I really appreciate staff for doing that. I fully recognize that it's a ton of work. So my deepest appreciations. And I just want, and lastly, I just want all of my dear colleagues and whoever is listening to take note on slide 14, looking at the $47.3 million statutory benefits and replacement costs versus funding. That is something that staff, please correct me if I'm wrong, through you, Madam Chair. We had no input into that, what that number could be, correct?
Thank you, and through the chair, especially related to CPP and EI, we have zero control over that 29.8 million specifically.
Okay, and through you, Madam Chair, just to Associate Director Zucker, out of that 47.3, what would you say approximately is the portion that we actually had control over?
Through the chair, that would be difficult to determine. For example, replacement costs. I think every board across the province is dealing with replacement costs that are higher than budget. So we could look at ourselves and say, where are we, say, compared to average? And if we're higher, then maybe you could argue that there's some control there. But otherwise, I would say very little of it do we have specific control over.
Okay, I would say between 30 and 40 million to be conservative. Let's just call it that. And if I were just to divert everyone's attention back to slide 11 called options to balance, we're actually trying to save 30 million bucks. Okay, so if we were fully funded for the things that we have to pay based on the collective agreements that were signed by our province with the our labor unions, and also the labor laws and various legislations that governs us as an employer, we wouldn't have to cut any funding at all. So if anyone is looking for a specific targeted place to allocate, at least this will be one of my choices to go. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next on the list, we have Trustee DeVitis.
Thank you, through the chair. I have a few questions, but first of all, I just want to take a minute to thank staff for getting us here so far. It's my first budget process, and I understand that we have a significant amount of distance to go yet. So in any case, thank you. In regards to central staffing, I was hoping to get a bit more detail about some of the positions that are being reduced, and specific about the roles of some of the coaches and what their function was. I understand we're reducing the position, so what was their role and function?
Thank you, and through the chair, I'm going to ask Executive Superintendent Lynn Strangway to respond.
Thank you, and through the chair, in answer to the question around the coaches, Trustee DeVitis, can you just restate the question for me so that I have it clearly?
Yeah, so we have a description of the number of positions that are being reduced. Can you describe what these positions do? What do they do in the classroom?
Thank you. So we have, there are two kinds of, there's a K-12 coach, and there are the early reading coaches that were on the screen for reduction. Both of those groups of educators actually provide professional learning for educators either in divisions across the school, and sometimes in small groups. They do coaching with teachers, either individually or in small groups of teachers. Sometimes they co-lead learning hubs and learning networks with principals, vice principals, and educators. Occasionally, they provide professional learning for the system. And the early reading coaches in particular, they spend some of their time working directly with students, reading with them, and K-12 coaches would also occasionally work directly with students.
Okay, and are we reducing all the positions, or is this a partial reduction of a team?
Through the chair, Associate Director Zucker, do you want me to answer that?
Yes, please.
Okay, through the chair. So all of those positions are being reduced.
Thank you. And can you maybe describe why these positions were created originally? What was the function? What were we hoping to achieve when we enacted the positions in the system?
Through the chair, these positions were created when the Learning Center structure was created. So prior to the Learning Center structure, we had some central departments responsible for things like math and literacy, beginning teachers, which we still have. So these Learning Center coaches, as part of the Learning Center model, staffing was reallocated so that the supports could be closer to the learning center and more locally utilized, or local decision making could be used as to the schools with the greatest need that needed the support.
Thank you. And just to follow up on the last sentence there, so there was an equity component as well to the process, right? Can you describe that maybe?
Yep, through the chair, there's definitely an equity component around how the schools are selected that the coach positions support, and that includes superintendents and the centrally assigned principals, along with school-based principals, analyzing data for each of the schools and taking into consideration local needs when deciding how much support a school will get, whether it be how much in terms of the number of staff or the number of days. So those localized decisions were made as part of the Learning Center model.
Thank you for those answers. And I'll just make a short statement on this particular item, and then I have a couple more questions. In my short time now at the school board, I visited a number of schools that have seen the work of some of the coaches and have seen the effect on schools, and some of the schools with some of the highest LOI scores in our system. So this is a tough proposition for me to read, because I understand the value that they bring to some of those schools, particularly keeping in mind some of the staffing fill ratios that we have for some of the same schools. Through the chair, just had a question about the general interest courses. So the question is similar in scope. So what type of courses would be affected? And I understand we offer continuing education courses. I understand we offered a number of different programs. Can we maybe differentiate? For example, are we reducing ESL courses? Are we reducing adult learning courses? What is exactly going to be reduced? What type of courses?
Thank you, and through the chair. So when we talk about our general interest courses, these are non-credit granting courses that you would take in the evening. Sometimes there can be one course attached to, one night attached to it, 4 nights attached to it. Really, anything that you desire. The examples like I gave, like pizza making is one of them. I'm not going to say basket weaving, but that seems to be the example that people talk about. Calligraphy, Zumba classes, that type of thing. So it really is very general interest, non-credit granting. So we're not talking about any of the support for any kind of language acquisition or any of the newcomers.
Thank you. Through the chair, I had a follow-up question in regards to one-on-one device deployment. And the question is in regards to the process by which these things have happened in Panic. And again, sort of being new to this and not being as familiar as some of this, the other trustees to it. But when I read it, and I think through what the effect may be on some of the families in lower income households, and I think through what the barriers may be, keeping in mind that we're sharing textbooks in some of our math course classes throughout the system, reducing the access to digital equipment may have an impact in terms of how these students have access to course material and so on. So the question is general. The question is, what would be the impact across the system by not continuing the one-to-one program for future years to lower income households?
So thank you, and through the chair, I believe currently the $9 million for one-to-one is meant to provide devices to all of our students across the board in a certain grade. So we started with grade 5, and they would have them for 4 years. So 5, 6, 7 would be implemented at the end of this year. And the same with the secondary would be 9, 10, 11. When we pause this, we would be pausing the 4th year of the implementation. And so I think that the pause would give staff an opportunity to look at, one, how much technology is available in schools right now. 2, what happens when technology is returned. We do know that through COVID, we did purchase a number of devices that weren't part of the one-to-one implementation. So we would have to look at how many devices we have on hand, and we do track that information. The other thing that can happen during the pause is we can look at how bring your own device would impact this, so that the cost, so that we can look at it from an equity lens and say, for those students that would be directly impacted, that the school doesn't have the additional devices to be able to support, maybe we would be able to offer that access at a reduced rate. But that pause allows us that time. And then through the 24-25 budget process, we would be able to add back the appropriate amount to make sure that we have equitable access to technology.
So through the chair, maybe I can direct this question to the director. What would be the process by which we would try and guarantee equity of access to families that are not able to afford the equipment on their own on a move forward basis as we sort of think through the reductions in place?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, to build on Associate Director Zucker's response, we really need the time in order to do a school-by-school analysis. Throughout the pandemic, we have routinely taken centrally purchased devices and allocated them to schools whenever there was going to be a remote learning period. Many of those devices were, in fact, provided using what we know about school communities, and the financial resources available were provided to specific schools based on LOI first. We have not, because we've been focused on ensuring every student has access to a device, we have not been able to engage in the kind of tracking of devices and where they sit right now. That's what we need to do. And I also want to recognize that there are students in communities that may not have a high LOI or low number on the LOI across many of our schools. And so we need to reflect by speaking with principals, looking at purchase patterns, both at the school level as well at the system level, and what has been allocated to specific schools in order to have a more complete picture about where inequities exist, and then to formulate a plan to respond to it. Staff will report back on the work we're doing and the factors that we are using in devising any potential new allocation of devices to ensure that we are able to meet the goals of one-on-one moving forward.
Thank you for that response. And I look forward to being able to participate in that work, in that conversation. Last questions, proceeds of this position, and through the chair. If we weren't using this monies for operational needs, I'm assuming we would be using these monies for capital needs, yes?
Through the chair, yes, that's the intention of proceeds disposition. The regulation states that boards are supposed to use that money for school condition improvement type renewal needs. So replacing boilers, roofs, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And if we are to spend it in any other way, we need ministry approval.
Thank you for that. And as a follow-up question to that, what is our current deficit unpaid for in our capital budget ballpark?
So I'm looking to Executive Officer Pachetti, but I'm going to say that our deferred maintenance needs are approximately $4 billion.
So I have 4 seconds, so maybe I could just finish a couple of sentences so I don't have to go back in the list later. But that is a lot of money. It's a large deficit. And like the list of operational needs that are unfunded lays at the responsibility of the province. It's a really difficult place to have to sell our furniture, our capital, in order to pay our rent, which is basically what we're having to do on this. And then on top of it, to have to ask for permission in order to be able to do that. So it's really, it's a rough spot as a school board that we're in. So thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list, we have Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Is it staff's intention, if I add up the numbers, we're down to finding 4.6 million if you do the 19.7 minus the 15.1. Say we raise that to 10. We still have to find 10 million. Is it your intention on this list that we overspend to bring us more detailed on certain lines in a series of numbers or pockets, like 1 million on this, 3 million on this, 2 million on this, similarly that you have in the other options. And that picks up on points my colleagues have raised about we don't have that detail, so we wouldn't know. Is that your intention? And instead of finding just 4.6, can you bring us 10 million? Through you, Madam Chair.
So thank you. And through the chair, I would say that yes, that this 185 million is where we would first look to be able to adjust the shortfall, as these are the areas where we do currently operate at a shortfall. That being said, we will, as we review them, we wanted to have this list in front of trustees because we think it's important for you to understand where the board is overspending. We will go back and look at these areas to bring back possible solutions. And I will say that it's not necessarily the areas that have the largest overspending, because a lot of times those areas have, excuse me, collective agreements, issues related to them, or there are just areas that we cannot make the reductions. So we will take a look. We would be, and we would bring something back to help us to get to that position.
Thank you. Another follow-up question. In response to one of my other colleagues' questions, you said the other list is that the GSNs fully fund. So are you saying those are off the table for board consideration of reductions?
Through the chair, absolutely not. And like I said, this isn't necessarily an exhaustive list, so we are still working to make sure that we have included everything. But the GSN, a lot of it is unenveloped, and so therefore, if there are areas that we can make reductions where there's minimal impact, then we would obviously be bringing those forward to trustees as well, even if they are fully funded.
Thank you very much. And then going back to trustees' initial question, through you, Madam Chair, to the chair, have we got our urgent meeting yet with the minister?
So through the chair, no, not yet. I did ask about it when I saw the minister on Thursday at Christie Pitts, and was told that his office would be in touch with my office by the end of the day, and we have not heard anything.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Oh, can I add, sorry, you just asked about the meeting. Okay.
So through you, Madam Chair, you know, we wrote that motion in good faith, and 29.8 million now is CPP NEI. Through you to staff, would you know, therefore, if the federal government would have provided that to the province?
Through the chair, I'm unaware of if that would happen, that the federal government would provide the funding for statutory benefits to the province?
For CPP NEI?
I don't believe that they would provide the employer portion.
Okay, thank you very much. In my mind, we should at least anticipate 29.8 of provincial funding to offset. In my mind, you know, staff have put before us a list that tries to minimize effects on students. In my mind, obviously, I would like to see other things that staff can possibly suggest, but I do believe we need to push more to the province, and I do believe at the end of the day, if we're within $10 million of the 15.1, and I'm saying 10 million because I do intend to move a motion to correct the error that affects pool operations this year while staff analyze the pools. That's 0.4. I do believe that 10 elementary VPs is not enough. I believe that's another 1.1. So that's like 4.6 we were at, giving the 0.4, we're up to 5, adding back brings us to 6.1. I know some other trustees, especially Trustee Dawson, mentioned about her concern over SNAs. So I actually think our bottom line to the province should be we at least in that urgent meeting, through you, Madam Chair of the committee, to Madam Chair of the board, that, knowing that 29.8 million, and we're really only asking really for 10, I can't believe that isn't reasonable. And I think that should be a bottom line position to go at least for that ask at that urgent meeting. And I don't, originally we were asking for all of the 48. I do think the CPP NEI is probably more legitimate than the other costs in the province's eye, because that has nothing to do with our staff. It just has to do with our duty as an employer. So I think that needs to be a position that we articulate very clearly. And then hopefully by the time we're back again and we see the potential other things that staff are suggesting could go on the table, I would think if we have to get up to 10 million, we will definitely be affecting student programming and options. So maybe put me back on the list. I have a few more questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Trustee McLean?
Did I understand correctly that we are eliminating all of the reading coaches, the early reading coaches?
Through the chair to Associate Director Salmon.
At the learning center level, yes.
Okay, I'm getting a sense that there's a distinction here that someone should explain to me, please.
So through the chair, keep in mind, we haven't had any conversation around the ELIT teachers that remain in place around reading intervention. And so those will remain in place we have approximately 38 plus 4 that are engaged in targeted focused learning intervention strategies with our schools.
Thank you, and through the chair. When we were coming out of the pandemic, we learned that some of our young students were behind with their reading, and we asked at the time whether we had enough reading coaches to deal with that, whether we needed additional staff, and we were told at that time that we had enough. So now we're talking about eliminating some. So has the demand for this skill from our students' need point of view gone down, or just our ability to pay for them gone down?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, student needs still exist. What staff have done in the budget process is to focus resources on the direct support for students, which was affirmed in the provincial budget. So the early literacy intervention teachers work directly with students and then liaise with the educators in the classroom with regards to that student's literacy development needs. The early reading coaches provided professional learning support, as you have heard this evening. That has become increasingly difficult to deliver in light of the absences that go unfilled. In many situations, the teachers with whom they worked were released in order for the early reading coaches to provide, or our K-12 coaches to provide the kind of sustained professional learning. That was one method of providing professional learning support directly to staff. So the early literacy intervention teachers remain in place based on the staff proposal before you.
Thank you. And through the chair, this early years programming, this 1.1, and is that the early on, like I think was mentioned earlier, is this arrangement we have with the city that's ongoing that we're trying to negotiate? Is that what this is?
Through the chair, so it's not part of the umbrella agreement that is being negotiated. It does support the early on centers and the extended day program. Both of those areas spend more than we are funded for. But I will also look to Associate Director Salmon if he'd like to add anything.
No, I think you, through the chair, you've been accurate. Thank you.
Okay. I agree with Trustee Laskin and everyone that's found this concept of CPP and EI, this 29.8 million that we've politely asked for. Do we have other mechanisms if the government, if we're being forced to pay something that the government isn't paying us for, are there other mechanisms beyond asking nicely with our hands out to try to chase this money and chase this responsibility for these payments?
So through the chair, there is no other funding source that's available from the province.
So there's no one to see. We can't sue them. We can't go to the ombudsman. We can't. There's no one. There's no third-party arbitration that we can, present. There's nobody to see. The buck stops at the ministry's office.
We do have an existing motion that was passed by the board for staff to bring us a budget that does not include CPP and EI. So
Okay.
we have that option.
Okay. Continuing education and funding. This is at a loss, and I like some of my other colleagues have mentioned. I'm going to be interested in additional data with regards to what we're choosing to fund over what we're not choosing. Not simply the areas in which we do it at a loss, but the choices that we make about who we fund, like how much we spend on adult education that is not credit based, and how much basket weaving, whether it's profitable or not profitable, how much we're spending that on against, early readers, and what we're spending on, our responsibility, what the vast majority of people believe our responsibility is. So I share my colleagues' interest in a larger breakdown of that. I'd like to learn a little bit more this school office administrator versus funding, because it sounds an awful lot like this $29.8 million with the CPP and this, we have to pay the administrators, we have to pay them a wage that the province says we have to pay them. A third party decided the money, and yet we're still 3.5 million in the hole. I'm not understanding, I guess.
So thank you, and through the chair. So we'll use the example as school office administration. And so they are covered under our QP agreement. And so there would be whatever we had in place, and then the province negotiates an amount per year that would be added to their salary, whether it's a percentage or whether it's, in this case, they're adding $1 per hour. And then they're funding that $1 per hour. But if they hadn't fully funded it originally, that's not going to help us ever catch up. So what's happening is they fund us through the grants based on an average salary, and that average salary is lower than TSB's average salary, and I would say most of the average salaries across the province from what I've seen. So other than teachers, there's no assigned grids for specific employees. They're the grids that were in place at the different boards, but now the percentage increases are applied to those grids. So our grid is higher than the provincial average, which, like I say, most boards are. And then they fund us on the average salary times a percentage for benefits. And that percentage that they give us for benefits is obviously, as we've seen, hasn't changed significantly over the last 5 years, and the increase in statutory benefits has increased. And so that's where that gap grows even bigger.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair. Just in terms of that additional, that continuing, I'm interested in the international language breakdown and those kinds of things, and further breakdown to get back to what I said earlier about, making choices about what it is we're spending our money on. I do have we have in the works a plan to open an Indigenous outdoor education center. Is that cost reflected in our budget?
So thank you, and through the chair. So the cost to upgrade the Indigenous Education Center would be through the capital budget. So it wouldn't be in the dollars that we're talking about right now. And the operating costs would be covered through the operating grant that we receive, and also any user fees that would apply. So the expectation is that we would be able to, once the capital funding is spent, and that is TDSB money that's being spent out of renewal, that the operating costs should be able to cover themselves based on the grant that we will receive through the Indigenous Education allocation, and user fees for people who use that particular center.
When it's up and operational, do we envisage that the visits there will be additional visits, or they will be instead of visits that are students currently going to different sites that we currently have, and we're currently running at a deficit of 3.2?
Through the chair, I will look to Executive Superintendent Spiropoulos, but I will say that I think there's no additional expectation that was placed through the motion that the board passed. So my understanding is that our Indigenous students and our school would be using it more often, and that it would also be available as an option for other schools to meet the requirements that were passed previously by the board.
Okay, but sorry, I asked it poorly then. Would those be done, those visits, cut down on the visits to the other sites?
Through the chair, it is possible, yes.
Okay, thank you. And I'll close with boards who don't have proceeds of disposition and have responsibilities with their repair backlog and their capital. Who funds that?
Through the chair, so I would say that most boards across the province would have a fairly significant deferred maintenance backlog, in that the backlog represents the costs if we were to bring everything up to like a brand new school would be. So I don't think that boards would ever be fully funded for the entire amount, but the intention is that through the renewal grant and the SDI grant from the province through the GSN, that would be the only way to fund those expenses.
And we get those from the province. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Trustee Earhart.
Hi, thanks very much. And thanks also to my trustee colleagues for your questions and comments. I think the one that's really stuck with me is from Trustee Didivitis around how we're selling the furniture to pay the rent. And when that comes to children, to students, to well-being, to their safety, to their success, that's very painful. It's very painful here. And it just makes me more and more frustrated with our province. Who knows this? So I wanted to ask around what happens if we still have a deficit. And so even if we are permitted to have a deficit of whatever amount it winds up being, where is that deficit funded? Does that go into do we go into fixed reserves from a cash flow perspective to pay for that deficit? I mean, it's a budget, so it depends on our actuals, but does that require us to go into our fixed reserves?
So through the chair, it would come out of our accumulated surplus. And as we saw previously, we have used up all of our working funds reserve, and now our surplus is mostly things that have already been allocated to other areas, like our long-term disability plan. And so if we were to spend out of our reserves, there are very few that are unallocated. So we would be borrowing from our reserves in order to cover our in-year deficit. So basically, it would be we've had a savings account. Each year, we've been spending more than we've been making, so we've been dipping into that savings account, and we've reached to the point where there's nothing left in our savings account, and therefore, we would actually start to go into debt if it was a personal account.
Okay, thank you. So that means we do have to pay back what we've taken out from fixed reserves. And if we take out more from fixed reserves this year, we will have to put it back in. Like it puts us at risk of not having enough in there if we need it. Is that correct? Or in your view, are we at that point yet?
That is correct. So in previous years, we have fully funded our long-term disability reserve, and that is determined by our actuary based on how much they think we'll have to pay out in the future. And so for the first time in 22-23, we are not fully funded at this moment. So yes, we will have to pay it back, and our 3-year deficit recovery plan does end us in a surplus position that allows us to start paying back on an annual basis.
Okay, thank you. And based on that deficit plan and paying back in, how many years will it take us to pay back in to our fixed reserves to an amount that actuarially is deemed sound?
Thank you. And through the chair, we'll have to get back to you on that one exactly. The deficit recovery plan, the 3-year plan, if everything stayed the same, it would end at an $8 million surplus annually. So we can look at how much we would have borrowed by then and get back to you on that answer.
Okay, it would end at 8 million, however. Okay, thank you very much. And perhaps I could ask about the early on centers, if we're able to get more information on just what element of the early on centers are not currently being funded fully by the province. Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair. So we can bring that back next week as part of the detailed information.
Okay, thank you very much. And that's all the questions I have. I just, that's all the questions I have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. That is the end of our speakers list. So if there's no further questions, could I get a mover and a seconder? This is for receipt.
I asked to be back on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
You finished up. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Trustee Laskin. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. Thank you, Madam Chair. The general interest courses through you to staff. I know the city also offers recreation programs. Do they do recreation programs for adults or these kinds of general interest courses to adults through the city? Are you aware?
Through the chair, my understanding is that yes, they do, and that other organizations also offer general interest courses across the city, like the Y, for example, and those types of organizations. And we are aware that our costs in comparison are quite low compared to other organizations, including the city, that offer these same programming.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if if this conversation, obviously not now to affect this year's budget, but if this conversation is part of the conversation that TLC can have with the city about some of our other partnership agreements between the board and the city, and see what we might be stronger together in order to serve broader communities. That's just a thought I had on the general interest. My question now turns to what we're presenting at our to the public about our general information on budget. If in fact we won't have even had all the conversations about the options to balance before those are set. So what does staff plan to do? Through you, Madam Chair.
So thank you, and through the chair, based on our conversations tonight and tomorrow night, we would present our updated financial position, and then we would present these options as well to the public to hear feedback associated with them.
I guess my concern is that we're still not balanced. We haven't got to 15.1 million. And as I've mentioned on more than one occasion, some of us want to even increase that by adding some things back. So how do we go out to the public when they won't understand everything that's going to have to be done in order to get to 15.1? Are we giving the illusion, like I guess my fear, having been here before, is that the public can read into that we're not going to 15.1 because staff have only given us to this amount. And if that's the case, it wouldn't be a balanced budget in the eyes of the province, and that can lead to other perceptions and other actions. So I'm worried, frankly, that I don't think we're ready to go out unless we can provide the full picture. And that list that adds up to 135 million is way too broad for anybody to actually understand how it affects me. And then by the time we come back to make those decisions, we're in that age-old problem where the public will say, but you never consulted us on that. That information wasn't part of what you provided to us. So I find it a real conundrum through you, Madam Chair. Not that I know what to do about it, but I'm raising that as a concern that there'll be a hole in the presentation, and I'm not sure what we can do about that. But I am worried about that through you, Madam Chair.
So thank you, and through the chair, so we do have options to balance on the June 1st agenda as well. So based on the conversation tonight and the request for more information related to that list of 180, the staff's intention to bring back options which will get us to a balanced budget.
Thank you for reminding me of that. I had thought when we talked earlier about the aquatics instructors, that was coming on June 13th. So I completely forgot about June 1st. So June 1st is still another meeting like tonight, just with information, but no decision-making is happening until June 13th. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
That's my understanding, is the final budget decision. From here until June 13th is conversations.
Thank you very much. Thank you, staff.
Through the chair, I just had a question about the devices. So the rollout or the pausing of the devices is not going to affect this year. It's the year after, because we do that financial allocation sort of a year in advance. Has staff thought about, like, is it possible to pause this year's? Like, would we be able to, or has that already been purchased? What was in, or has that money, I guess, has that money been spent? Because it would have been allocated in this current year's budget for next school year. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, through the trustee, that's correct. So we will be purchasing the devices for 23-24 out of 22-23's budget. and the $9 million has been allocated. As far as if the purchase order has been issued yet, I'm not 100% sure, so we can take that information as well and provide it next week if possible. If we haven't had the purchase order yet, I think that would be up to trustees to provide that direction to change the current year's budget.
Okay, I'm not sure that I'm saying that's something we should do, but just in terms of options. Thanks.
So seeing no more questions, could I get a mover? Oh, Sarah.
Well, Sarah, apologies. I went back on the list with your permission through the chair.
Go ahead, Trustee Earhart.
Thank you. I just, building off of Trustee Laskin's questions just around what we would be getting back, just because in the background of the report that FBEC is reviewing, it says the report meets the Director of Education statutory requirement to present a balanced budget to the Board of Trustees. However, the report didn't actually present an option for a balanced budget. It presented options to get closer to balance, followed by a series of areas where that were not fully funded. But we haven't yet seen staff's best advice on what a balanced budget could look like in the circumstances. So I wanted confirmation that the June 1st presentation would provide staff's best advice in that regard. Is that what's coming June 1st? Is that the expectation?
Through the chair, yes, you should receive all of the options by June 1st.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, last call for questions. Hearing none. Could I get a mover and a seconder to receive this report? Trustee DeVitis, Trustee Laskin. And could we open the vote, please?
Trustee Lee's in favor.
Trustee Shan? Trustee Patel?
I voted, Madam Chair. I'm in favor.
Oh, thank you. Trustee Shan? That carries. And our penultimate item on the agenda is the elementary, number 6 is elementary vice principal allocation for 2023-24 update. And who's speaking to this?
Through the chair, Executive Superintendent Linton.
Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Director Zucker, and through the chair, good evening. Tonight before you is the staff recommendations for board for the allocation of an additional 10.0 FTE equivalent elementary vice principals for the 2023-2024 school year. The report also speaks to the reduction in the COVID funding and some of the other numbers that are salient. But while the TDSB is currently at the benchmarks for the ministry for both elementary and secondary vice principals, after further review of the allocation, staff is bringing forward a recommendation to increase the number of elementary vice principals to better address school safety, engagement, achievement, belonging, and well-being in schools where a need has been identified. In terms of how this 10.0 FTE, if it's approved, the way in which we'll be filling these is through consultation with the Learning Center, executive superintendents, and the associate directors using the following guiding principles: loss of VP from COVID funding removal, community context, including LOI and local challenges, serious safety issues over the past 1 to 2 years, academic achievement needs, school belonging and culture. Once these final staff pieces are finalized, we will be moving through the transfer and placement process. Total cost of the 10.0 FTE elementary allocation is 1.4 million. I'm also here with Executive Superintendent Strangway, Robinson, Chang, and Nigro, as well as Manager Lori Moore, who are able to respond to questions. And just before I finish, I also wanted to mention that this FTE is something that can be 0.5, so 0.5 teaching and 0.5 vice principal allocation. Thank you.
Trustee Laskin?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I absolutely support putting back elementary vice principals. I just think 10 is completely inadequate. There's over 400 and, what is there, 50 elementary schools? And I mean, we put back 10 secondary and there's only 110 secondary schools. I think 10, and then you're going to have, so that potentially is 20.5s. You're going to have people putting forward arguments. I can't imagine getting down to 10. I just can't. I mean, I'm sure trustees have a variety of experiences. I work with 3 learning centers. One learning center lost 2.5. In the one learning center, there are 24 learning centers. So I really think 10 is completely inadequate. Now, I know if I put forward a different number, I'm assuming it's going to get deferred to the bigger budget conversation. But because this would have a 0.5, the equivalent of a 0.5 teaching position, I'd like to hear from staff on whether or not there is urgency to be doing this today, if I wanted to move an increase, or if it waits to the June 13th conversation. Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and through the chair. There is a desire for us to have as much information as possible about the allocation of vice principals so we can settle schools. Also, when we're choosing those schools, we do need to ensure that there's a 0.5 teaching position. We're right in the elementary teaching cycle, so it would be very helpful to have as much information early as possible so that we can begin to finalize those discussions and those conversations. Thank you.
So through you, Madam Chair, I'm looking forward to hearing from my other colleagues, but when somebody moves the recommendation, it is my intention to amend the number.
Did you say at the end? Oh, okay, go ahead. Oh, is there nobody else? Go ahead.
I thought there was a list through the chair. Can I ask staff how they landed at 10? Is this just in terms of what you think we need, or is it based on the funding you think you can find? Just to Trustee Laskin's point that 10, we have a lot of elementary schools and we're not keeping to what we used to have as a number that you hit in terms of population of a school, in points where you then were automatically allocated a VP. But now that's no longer, we aren't using that anymore because we can't. We financially simply have not been able to. So the need does certainly seem to be there in terms of where we would ideally really like to have a VP and where we probably ideally need a VP. So I guess just in trying to factor in where we land on what number that would be, how did we come up with 10?
Through the chair to the director.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, just for context in terms of how we arrived at the number of 10, I will provide some facts and stand to be corrected by my colleagues around the table. We are currently at the number of vice principals that were allocated prior to COVID and with fewer students. This does not mean that we are not seeing additional student needs, urgent needs beyond that which existed prior to the pandemic. Staff have taken into consideration the information provided by superintendents of education, working with the principals in their learning network, and also with an eye to a number of factors, including equity. This was a very difficult number to arrive at, and we have put forward the number of vice principals that we can fund without cutting other programs and services. We will be bringing back reductions to other programs and services beyond what is proposed here this evening in order to fund additional vice principals. I would, ask any of my other colleagues who would like to answer the question more specifically with regards to the factors that led to the determination of 10.
Associate Director Salmon.
Thank you. And through the chair, I think the criteria that was used was outlined in the actual report with respect to the serious safety concerns, community context, LOI, loss of VP. I think part of what we really had to look at was, once again, going back to the concern around need, keeping in mind when we say that we are requesting an allocation of 10.0, that's a total of 20 elementary vice principals, which is 20.5 positions. And that is actually a significant number. I fully understand and appreciate the notion that it does not provide us with every single school having the opportunity to have a 0.5 vice principal. But 20 is a significant number that will allow us to better address some of the concerns that have been identified by learning center executives and LN superintendents across our system. It will also, in certain situations, allow us to address some concerns with respect to single administrator schools that may be on the crux of being able to, in a normal situation, be able to get an allocation of a 0.5 VP. So I think that as we move forward, every little bit does help in individual communities, and there isn't a principal in the system that would not acknowledge that. Is it enough? The reality is we would always want more, but we also have to be fiscally responsible with respect to how we move forward. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. That's it for me.
Thank you. Next we have Trustee Earhart.
Thanks again. And not being on the committee, I wanted to express strong support for the proposal for additional 10.0 full-time FTE elementary VPs. And in my view, if more are needed for the safe operation of our schools, I would want to see proposals to add those back in alongside a balanced budget, program reductions in other areas. And I see with safety as a baseline. I will say in the community I represent, the VP reductions that I heard coming through, of which within my ward, there are several. There were some that gave me pause from a safety perspective. And so I am very happy to see something like this coming in. If it does not lead to building back up the VP positions to a point where things are safe, I think it's very important to keep going until we feel all our schools are safe. And I see that with my whole heart. There is nothing else if we don't have safety in our schools. I just wanted to note that the Ontario Principals Council, I never thought I'd start with my statements quoting, but I will quote that they've asked for a VP in every school, not through the team, but writ large to the province. We know how hard our principals work and how hard our VPs work and how important it is that we have VPs to take over for our principals over time. And I just think it is so important to continue wherever we can to have VPs in our schools. I will also say that I am hearing all the time from schools who lost VP allocations in previous years, who have directly felt the impacts of that loss to their school and would continue to advocate for the resources to bring back VPs from previous year's budgets. This proposal I see would only add back in from what was proposed from March, but just for my trustee colleagues to note that there isn't a day that goes by since I started as a trustee where I've not heard about the need for VPs in my community. And I see it firsthand when I tour the schools as well, the importance of our VPs and the functioning of our schools. And so just strong support. And I hope that none of the other trustees are feeling that same feeling that I've had since March, that we needed more VPs for our schools to be safe. And so just thanks very much for strongly considering this, and also Trustee Laskin's proposals should they come to add more VPs beyond this. Thank you.
Back on the list?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go through the list of people who haven't spoken first and then come back to you. Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify what the director said. So prior to COVID, in February of 2022, we had a report on how VPs were going to be allocated in our system. And at that time, it was a point system. And at that time, you had to have 454 points. And if you had no other additional programs, no 7-8, no French, etc., you would have needed 455 students in an elementary school to even get a 0.5. In an update from staff, we now understand that it's 500. And I ask in all seriousness, how does a single administrator manage a school of 500? That's over 30 staff. That's, even with single parent families, that's 8,000-9,000 parents. I mean, it's absurd to me. Even at 455 was absurd to me. Now we're up to 500. And I'm not an educator, but I certainly see the difference responding to parents, being at the door when kids come in, managing staff. I certainly understand, and I think every trustee in this room can understand, if things aren't managed at the school level through the administration team, it's a problem. When we have excellent principals in our schools, our jobs are so much easier. So I ask you, through you, Madam Chair, to the director, how is it possible that an elementary school in the city of Toronto can function with a single administrator and 500 students?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, let me be clear. I was not suggesting that we don't need additional vice principals. I was fulfilling my responsibility to bring forward solutions that we can fund. Should you wish to add additional vice principals, we will go back and find other places that will be also difficult for the system, either central services or school services, to continue. I don't disagree with the point made by Trustee Laskin. Having served much longer ago as a principal of a school alone in a high LOI community with over 400 students, I can only imagine what that actually means on a day-to-day basis today for the principals that we have in our schools. This is the issue with the fact that the province for many years has not allowed the Board of Trustees and staff working with school communities to bring together school communities to offer increased services and to maximize our resources in fewer schools. This is how boards around us who have grown schools to meet the needs of new communities have been able to put both a principal and vice principal, full or half, in their schools. The province has prevented TDSB from engaging in those conversations for several years. And now our resources are spread across too many schools to be able to offer the kind of services that both trustees and staff want without making other very difficult reductions. So please, I am on the record of saying I would like to put a vice principal and additional supports in every one of our schools. I just don't know how to fund it and meet my legislative requirements.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, as a follow-up. So on principle, staff are suggesting we use proceeds of disposition to fund what would have been the elementary top-up. So I'm not understanding why staff aren't putting forward proceeds of disposition to fund the appropriate number of vice principals in our schools. Through you, Madam Chair, it's the same concept for me. If they don't allow us to consolidate or whatever, which means we have to spread our resources thinner, why it's not the same. Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I would offer a clarification and then a thought. This is a request we need to make of the provincial government to allow us to use proceeds of disposition. I believe we have asked to use proceeds of disposition in other situations, and we've either received no answer or no. So this is not a guarantee. We actually need a guarantee in order to be able to staff this particular line in the budget, or have a backup plan of where we will find the funding. And secondly, our proceeds of disposition are, as you all know, I don't need to perhaps spend much time on this, are intended to support our capital needs. I am uncomfortable with the depletion of our proceeds of disposition in light of the needs of our schools to be renovated and for other facilities and programs to be supported. So that is the reason that we did not increase the use of proceeds of disposition. I would welcome Associate Director Zucker or Executive Officer Snyder to add any additional thoughts.
Through the chair, I don't have anything further to add. Thank you.
Okay, but you're comfortable in putting 12 million in, but not necessarily 13 million or 14 million. I'm not fundamentally understanding that. So I have another question through you, Madam Chair, to the director. So in schools in high LOI areas where principals spend the majority of their time during the school day on communication, and administrators if they now become single administrators in those kinds of schools, I can tell you unequivocally, the burnout rate will increase. People will be on leave. I will not be able to get people to come to the schools. Already, it's very difficult to get principals to want to come to single administrator schools in high LOI areas. In fact, it's very difficult to get superintendents to consider coming to those areas if they're given a choice. Unless you've been in those highly engaged communities where, by the way, parent engagement is a pillar of our multi-year strategic plan. I just can't fathom how a single administrator can do their job as a single administrator with the students, the parents and caregivers, and the staff. And I do not believe that 10 across the system, even divided by 0.5, will make that work. So if we're really fundamentally talking about school safety, we have to also think about personal safety and personal well-being of the people that work in our schools and consider that. And I know there's not enough funding, but I do think if we are a system of neighborhood schools, we have to ensure there is administration in those neighborhood schools that looks after the interests of the community. And I am beyond worried about the increase in retirements and people leaving certain areas of the city because they simply can't cope with their job. Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair. I mean, I share my colleagues' concern about the safety of our school. We've talked in this room, multiple times about the safety and well-being of our students and our concern for that. And I think we all recognize the contributions of vice principals make to their schools. And we've witnessed, I've got a junior middle school with in excess of 450 students that doesn't have one, and the problems that the absence of that creates. But I'm going to be, really optimistic about the development of our advocacy that we've been doing throughout the years and, in recent months, and we've been advocating. And I'm going to, on a leap of faith and the hope that honor and reason, carry the day at the ministry, and that, that our CPP and EI, that check is, and that is just around the corner and just forthcoming. So I'm going to be interested in making this little wager and join Trustee Laskin's leap of faith that we can meet this need that we know exists, that we know is real, and hope that in the end of the day, the government does the right thing. And so sooner is better than later, it's been explained to me. So when Trustee Laskin makes her, I will be enthusiastically supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll pass the chair.
Go ahead, Trustee Ertz.
Thanks. Sorry, I just want to double check the numbers and information that are in here to clarify. COVID funding aside, I can confirm that what we allocated to the system last year during the budget was 190.5 principals. And what we've allocated so far this year is 164.5. And the proposal to add 10 more, that funding is coming from the current year's budget, so 2022-23 unspent funds, similar to the secondary VPs.
Through the chair, those numbers are correct, and the funding source is also correct. It would be through funding carried forward, one-time funding, and would not have an impact on the 23-24 budget.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we have Trustee Rajkula Singham.
Thank you through the chair. First, I just want to thank staff, but also the director for her comments on a previous speaker. I think we're at the end of the day, we're all here to support students and create an equitable, empowering, and reflective environment in our schools. And I think the unique makeup of our boardroom is we have trustees that represent community voice, and we have staff who have, that expertise and experience of being in schools and using that experience to help us guide us through this process. And the real frustrating part is trying to find a way to balance this budget, trying to find a way to make up for a lack of funding, when really this is something that could be solved with more support from the province, especially as we're heading into this year of dealing with the impact of the pandemic. And I feel like every conversation we've had have come back to students' safety and their well-being. And it's just really frustrating to be in this process. I just had a quick question around LOI. And if this is the right place to ask it, then I can ask it, in a following conversation. But in a recent school visit, I was speaking to a principal who shared that their LOI is not reflective because they have about 12 different schools with different LOIs feeding into their school. So how, for a school like that, they felt that their LOI is not reflective. So when we have one instance of that, another instance is you have a neighborhood where a house has multiple families living in it, and the income of that family that income of that household may reflect one family, but not 2 or 3 other students or families living in that household. That may not be reflected. So when we have discrepancies like that may not be reflected in LOI, I really think that principals and superintendents have a real close ear to these conversations, especially principals. And I hope that they will be consulted as well in part of these discussions, just because they may be aware of things that maybe we're not. So is there opportunity, especially around this conversation, for input from superintendents and principals, or maybe even with executive superintendents, because I feel like they would have better knowledge of this.
Mr. Salmon?
Yeah, so thank you, and through the chair, and thank you for the question. The reality is that so many of these decisions are actually based on our lived experience over the last year, over the last 2 years, depending on the LN superintendent, and based on the conversations that take place day in and day out with principals in communities around their specific needs. That's what goes into the whole notion of local decision-making, and it's that information that principals provide about sight lines in buildings, about concerns that they may be having, about challenging with respect to whether or not it's student behavior or challenges with staff or community or the need for improved learning to address specific needs for students. All of that goes into the conversations that principals talk with their superintendents each and every day, and those superintendents bring those conversations forward to exec superintendents in order to make decisions, suggestions around where the need exists and what the need looks like, and make no mistake about it. It actually doesn't matter which community we are in this city. Every single community will have its different share of challenges. Whether or not you're talking about North Etobicoke or this former city of Toronto or out in the east end of Scarborough, every single community that I've actually had the opportunity to work in has its share of challenges. So we can sit on this particular board and have that conversation about the uniqueness of every single one of these communities, but I can give you examples of every time around the challenges that we have with respect to whether or not it's principals or teachers or SNAs or EAs wanting or needing to be in one community or not. So make no mistake about it. It's a challenge in every single community, and part of our job and part of our responsibility is to actually do the balance such that at the end of the day, we have quality individuals in every single school, in every position where we can. That's a goal, that's an expectation that parents have of us, and that's what we try to achieve as best as we can with the allocations that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. And I agree with you. Whether it's the SNAs, whether it's aquatics instructors, whether it's VPs, elementary, secondary, whatever the resource or supports may be, it's important that it goes to students that need it, regardless of where they live across the city. And I think, especially when we're dealing with just 10 full-time equivalent VPs, it's important that it goes to the communities that need it the most. And it's important that when processes we have like LOI, which we're not sure if it is an accurate tool, we're relying on direct communication from principals who have a great pulse on their local communities. Thank you. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you. That's the end of our speakers list. So with that, could I get a mover and a seconder for this recommendation? Trustee DeVitis, Trustee Chernos-Lynn? Trustee Laskin?
Yes, I'd like to amend the recommendation, Madam Chair. I'd like to amend the recommendation.
Okay, go ahead, or have you sent wording?
Thank you. I'd like to change 10 to 20. I understand there's a cost of 1.4 million goes into the deficit reduction plan.
Sorry, the 1.4 million would go into the deficit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, okay, so we need a seconder for the amendment. Trustee McLean? Do we have any questions about the motion, the amendment that's on the floor? Trustee Sham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask staff that the additional amount that this 10 additional position would be coming from, what the next steps would be. Would they be going back to see if this would be just included within the proceeds of dispositions, or they will have to come back to us as to how they suggest that they would cover these 10 positions?
Part of June 1st.
So through the chair, the additional $1.4 million would be added to the 19.7 that's still remaining to be found. And staff would look at all options on how to proceed and can consider the proceeds of disposition discussion as part of that.
Okay. So how does this differ from the conversations we had earlier on aquatic instructors? So these 10 positions being added could mean cuts to other positions, potentially some classroom positions. Would that be not considered anymore, right? Because they've been approved. So these additional 1.4 4 million would not be going back to impact any classroom staffing, or is that not a guaranteed thing? Through you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, so this 1.4 extra 1.4 million would impact our budget. So it would increase our deficit. And we need to find a way to cover that.
Yeah, so through you, Madam Chair, my clarification is that this could also potentially open up additional staffing changes, including classroom staffing. Am I correct in assuming that, or is that going to be off limits now that we've already made the staffing changes to the allocations?
The staffing changes the staffing that's already been allocated, we can't reverse that. That's allocated. But the rest of the budget is still on the table. Sorry, Director Russell Wallins wanted to comment.
Thank you very much. Through the chair of FBEC has answered the question.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I don't see any. I have a comment. Oh, yes.
Through the chair, I would just, I understand Trustee Laskin's rationale for wanting more vice principals. My question, I guess, would be, when we haven't looked at all the different options, what's the urgency to add the extra 10 now? As opposed to, because we can't take back, we can add in. So my question for the mover of the amendment, I guess, would be, what's the urgency of now?
Through you, Madam Chair, I heard staff talk about the reason why this whole report is before us is because these positions would be 0.5 VP and have a corresponding 0.5 teacher. So the urgency of now is to ensure that they can be allocated appropriately to schools, because now is the process that principals are staffing their schools and hiring is happening and shuffling is happening as people change. But please ask staff to repeat what they said at the beginning of why the report was before us tonight.
To Executive Superintendent Linton.
Thank you, Associate Director Zuckerin. Through the chair, yes, the allocation in the elementary, if we are going with 0.5 vice principal allocation, that would be also supplemented with a 0.5 teacher allocation, and it would give us an opportunity at this time to better allocate those 0.5 teacher allocations. In addition to that, we have we are looking at the whole process for transfer and placement, and recognize as well that we may need to follow our terms and conditions, which would then, go into claiming redundancies of vice principals, et cetera. So this approval would also reduce that bottom line and would help us better support schools for readiness for the fall. Thank you.
And, thank you. I asked if I could join the conversation, and trustees, this is a very, very challenging budget, and I bring to the conversation my experience that I share with you. This is not an easy task. Staff, as we are deliberating what to bring forward to you, are thinking about everything that you are holding dear and bringing to our attention. Or schools with high or significant needs as measured by the LOI, not wanting to make reductions that in any way hamper safety of schools, making reductions that are as far away from our students and their intervention as possible. And our approach has been to look at all of the different areas to make the reductions across a breadth. And for what makes logical sense when we compare past enrollment, past staffing, so vice principals, there was a logical explanation as to why the reductions were suggested because of pre-COVID enrollment and COVID funding. To be putting back on any element that is in discussion is going to require staff to be saying, now where else? It is a reflection of our very best thinking for you. And you know this board as deeply as we all do. And it's not an easy decision, but please be rest assured that we are having the same thinking process that you are engaged in, and we would not be making a number or a suggestion without us thinking about the mitigating strategies to be supporting our schools. So just for your consideration.
Okay. So next on the list, we have Trustee Lee.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. And honestly, I think the movers, the trustees, Alaskan and McLean made really good points. When I started being a trustee, I was made to understand that when an elementary school exceeded 500 students, they would have a vice principal. And, you know, it's just, there are lots for the admin to do. So I'm actually happy to hear that, you know, we are actually making a move to make sure that our elementary schools are well managed. Although I fully understand that we'll definitely have to cut something else to fund this, unless the province come up with the funding that we're asking for. But can I, just because we're doing this across the board, and once again, like going back to my original comment on need, you know, I don't think we have identified specific needs, and I do want to make sure that, you know, given the distribution of our students, that you know, the 20 headcounts are as evenly distributed as possible. So can I please add to make an amendment to add the words that 10 FTEs be changed to 20 to be as evenly distributed across all learning centers as possible. And I would love to have a seconder for that. Thank you.
Sorry, just to clarify, Trustee Lee, I got this correct. You're asking to amend the 20 FTEs.
Just to add the words after what's on screen, add the words to be distributed as evenly across learning centers as possible.
Okay. Did we get that? Do we have a seconder for that amendment? Can we amend an amendment? Sorry, can we amend an amendment? It's one layer. Yes, that needs a seconder. Okay.
There's no seconder, it's not on the floor.
Yeah, if there's no seconder, Madam Chair, it can't be on the board.
Madam Chair, Wong's here. I'm willing to second.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Wong.
All right, we have a comment from the director, and then we'll take questions.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I'd like to offer a point of clarification. If this motion were to be approved by the board, the criteria that staff set out might not be applicable because we did not do a learning center analysis. We took needs to create the lists that exist, and so we might need to adjust our criteria. This is not intended to influence your decision, but to provide you with the information that you need in order to make an informed vote.
So questions on the amendment of the amendment?
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair. The whole rationale for not including learning centers was learning centers are an arbitrary construct. There's a number of schools within them. That doesn't mean there's any equity associated with those numbers of schools within the learning centers. Staff specifically put in criteria based upon school need, identified through those executives of the learning center who would be in conversation with their superintendents and principals. But for me to equitably distribute them across learning centers completely, possibly disregards the actual need. So I will not be supporting the amendment to the amendment.
Do we have any more questions on the amendments?
Madam Chair, I had my name up asking specifically this question that the director was speaking about. Madam Chair, I also don't think learning centers should be used as a criteria to determine where the principals or vice principals or any kind of support is allocated because of why cutting the region into 4 geographical regions doesn't mean 4 equal regions. And as a board that prides in equity, it would be a very difficult thing to rationalize and support if we consistently use learning center model as a way to distribute resources as opposed to using principles of equity. Other than maybe like senior level administrative leadership, like the executive superintendent for each learning center, something like that could be fine. But any other decision of allocation should be based on need and equity, not by arbitrary distribution of 4 parts, unless these 4 parts were created equally in some form of calculation. So I would not support the change to have it equally distributed or as possibly equally distributed over the learning centers. I really like the criteria that staff mentioned earlier as to how they would determine these allocations, and I would like to keep it that way.
Okay, do we have any more questions on the amendment from trustees Lee and Wong? Seeing none, could we open the vote on the amendment, please?
Shine against.
Patel in favor.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. That was the, sorry. The Learning Center amendment was defeated. So we, sorry, our speakers list. Yes, so going back to the original amendment to increase to 20 VPs, I still have Trustee Laskin and Trustee Shan, you were on that.
Yes, I'm still on.
You're still on the list? Okay. Okay, Trustee Shan, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to, through you, Madam Chair, ask the staff, if the number was to increase from 10 to 20, would that change the criteria in any way? Or if this get approved and the 20 will be also both half-time vice principals, and that the criteria would be applied to the same, in the same way, the extra 10 FTE?
Thank you, and through the chair, the allocation and the criteria would be the same. And the way in which they're allocated within schools would be based on some of the needs, again, loss of vice principal, community context and LOI, serious safety issues, academic achievement, school belonging, and multiple staff reductions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, staff.
Okay, Trustee Laskin? No. Are there any further questions? Seeing none, could we open the vote? We're voting on the amendment.
Shan in favor.
Yes.
Trustee Patel in favor.
I voted twice in favor.
I voted 3 times.
3 times. Patel's in favor.
Patel's in favor. Trustee Wong? Okay, thank you. That carries. So now we are on to, we're on to our last item of the evening. Oh, sorry, do we have to go to the main motion? No. The main motion as amended.
Shan in favor.
Show of hands.
Patel in favor.
Online, we're doing show of hands. Thank you, Trustee Patel.
All
Aye.
in favor.
Okay, thank you. Any opposed? Okay, that carries. Final item on the agenda is adjournment, moved by Trustee Laskin. Do I have 20 seconders for that? I'll second that. Do we have, is everybody's in favor? Anybody opposed? I dare you to be opposed. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good evening, safe travels.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.